which currently only 0.8% is utilized. Therefore, seaweed industry development has great potential in Indonesia. To improve market share and export value, Indonesia is actively pursuing strategies to enhance seaweed production and economical value through integration of its upstream downstream industry. In 2022, Indonesia seaweed aquaculture produced 9.23 million tons, dominated by the cottony variant as a material for karagenan, followed by sargassum, gracilaria, haliminia, and Yelidium amanzi. Currently, strategic initiative centered on seaweed aquaculture modeling with focus on Eucheomea cottony variant are being implemented to improve national seaweed production. In 2023, an initial modeling project covering an area of 50 hectares was established in Wakatobi, South Sulawesi, using green model without plastic bottles, thus not polluting the waters. This initiative served as a model for best practice in seaweed aquaculture. The seaweed aquaculture modeling is projected to yield a remarkable increase in seaweed aquaculture productivity. It will beneficially increase seaweed farmer incomes, employment opportunity, and regional economic growth. In 2024, we plan to develop another modeling in 2 additional locations, Rotendao and Southeast Maluku, each covering an area of 50 hectares with a target production at each location of 2,187 tons per year of wet seaweed. Complementing seaweed aquaculture modeling, we also implement revitalization strategy to enhance existing seaweed aquaculture with provisions of tissue culture, seedings, and nursery. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, recent studies underline the pivotal role of seaweed in shaping the future of humanity and ensuring ecological sustainability. As an alternative source for food, biopharmaceutical and cosmetic industry, and environmentally friendly, sustainable substitute for plastic and carbon capture. Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries extend a warm invitation to all stakeholders, researchers, and investors to build partnership and collaboration in research, innovation, and upstream-downstream integration, propelling the development of Indonesia's seaweed industry. We also extend our support and appreciation for the establishment of the International Center for Tropical Seaweeds today, and looking forward for further collaboration in advance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sakti, for the keynote speech. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to the next, our keynote speech on this very special occasion will be delivered by Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency. Please welcome Dr. Laksana Trihandoko.
His Excellency, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Bapak Trenggono, the Minister of National Development Planning, Bapak Suharso Mono Arfa, and also Honorable Representative of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, the People's Republic of China, and also the Consul General of the Indian Embassy, and all distinguished participants. Very good morning for all of you. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. First of all, it is a great pleasure for me to join all of you virtually, and I would like to apologize for not being able to present in person in this occasion. It is a great honor for me to join and to welcome all of you at the seminar on accelerating the upstream, downstream integration of the seaweed industry, and also the launch of the International Center for Tropical Seaweeds in Denpasar, Bali, Indonesia. We at PRIN are more than happy to work together and to collaborate with all of you to support the realization of this International Research Center for Tropical Seaweed, which is very important and is expected to become a national locomotive in the research and development related to the seaweed and also its utilization. Actually, PRIN has one of the science complex in the northern part of Lombok Island, which is focused on the utilization of maritime bioindustry. And one of the commodities we are focusing on is the seaweed. So the establishment of the International Research Center for Tropical Seaweed is actually in line with our mission at PRIN to develop research and innovations and to utilize more the seaweed commodities in this country. Taking this opportunity, I would like to convey some information that PRIN has carried out various research related to seaweed, both conducted by our own researchers and also through collaborations with many partners, including from overseas. Our research on seaweed starts from the identifications of any types, any species of seaweeds across this country. And also we have developed superior types of seaweed seeds that can grow faster and have higher productivity, more resistant to pests and disease, and are able to adapt and more resistant to the impacts of climate change, especially those that influence changes in sea conditions where grass is cultivated, as well as in accordance with cultivation targets. We have also conducted some research on the utilizations of seaweeds with the purpose of as a source of food from the sea. Secondly, also looking for alternative materials for bioplastics that are easily decomposed, and also the extraction of basic ingredients for cosmetics and medicinal raw materials, and alternative renewable energy from the sea to produce the hydrogen. We are also developing the biostimulant and also organic fertilizers to support the agricultural sector, and also conducting some research to investigate the impact of climate change on the sea, mitigate the impact of microplastic waste in the sea through observation of seaweed. Apart from such research, we are also conducting some research in the field of social economics related to seaweed with the aim of increasing community empowerment. In order to support the International Research Center related to seaweed, actually PRIN has established various programs and schemes to be utilized by our partners belonging to the International Research Centers. The first one is PRIN is providing research facility actually in the northern part of Lombok Island, where our partners can utilize our existing infrastructures to conduct any research related to the seaweed and its utilization. On the other hand, we have also a special complex in the Cipinang area nearby Jakarta, where we can work together to develop the molecular aspects of the seaweeds and conduct any advanced research to utilize the seaweeds from molecular aspects. PRIN has also established researchers' mobility programs with 9 schemes ranging from the visiting professorship, visiting researchership, and also postdoctoral fellowship, while we have also what we call as the degree by research program that are open for anyone to conduct any master and PhD degrees in any fields through research activities in one of our research complex. Most of the schemes are completely open for anyone, including anyone regardless your citizenship. So I would like to invite you to utilize our existing schemes to support more our collaborations at the International Research Center for Seaweed and to conduct any research sustainably in the long run. We understand very well in this era it is almost impossible to work alone, and that's why we are more than happy to welcome our global partners to work and to collaborate together at one of our research centers in Indonesia. So I think that's all for my welcoming speech. Congratulations for all of you and success to all of us. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the keynote speech from Dr. Laksana Tri Handoko. The next keynote speech will be delivered by Honorable Speaker. Please welcome Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Om Swastiastu, good morning, Excellencies, Minister Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and distinguished speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Bali. I'm very delighted to welcome all of you to this important event in this island. I hope that you are enjoying the tropical weather and that your stay here will be both productive and enjoyable. Ladies and gentlemen, why seaweed? Why seaweed? I remember when we started on the downstreaming nickel back to nearly 10 years ago, also same question, why nickel ore? You know? And today, nickel ore, the downstreaming, is the backbone of our economy. If you look at the time back to 2014, our export only $1.5 billion. And last year, our export around $34 billion. And believe with the ecosystem of the nickel ore, by 2030, our export is going to be around $70 billion. So you see the magnitude of the downstreaming industry on the nickel ore. Seaweed also going to be like this. I think we can contribute more because number of employees also can much bigger than nickel ore. And I'm very glad today bringing together experts and government officials, researchers, representatives from the World Bank, UN, agencies, universities, NGOs, companies, and development partners from around the world. The answer why seaweed is the future of people of Indonesia and also globally. So let's move. I think the result of research are already there. There are so many things that we can just begin something. And I told my colleague, Minister Trenggono, let's make a bigger pilot project. We have 1,000 hectares, but we're going to move bigger soon. And I like this one also as a quick win of the next president. So I discussed to my deputy that we have to prepare the project this as a quick win for the next president. If you look at the presentation of Minister Trenggono, I think by 2030, 33, we can export from here only going to be $19 billion. Not only that, because people of Indonesia live 62% of the coastal area. This is, I think, the poverty also and stunting quite high over there. So with the harvesting of the seaweed only 35 days, then we can do it the whole year. So the people can have the opportunity or to get a job in the coastal area. And then I told also my team and been working with the Indian Institute of Technology to have a look their own industry for the organic fertilizer, for instance, biodegradable plastic and others. So then we make coffee, this industry, and do it in Indonesia. We are preparing the study. We are not only research, no outcome. We'd like to see the research and the implementation of the research. Firman reported to me this morning, we have island of NTB that we can grow seaweed or use seaweed area, the 600,000 hectares. So we can begin from the area. Our mapping now the potential area that we can grow the seaweed. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we are aware Indonesia tropical climates with sunlight year-round and ensures that our seaweed is of the highest quality. It is often offered to as a green gold. Do it is a sustainable potential. Tropical seaweed can be harvested, like I mentioned earlier, year-round with the growth scale on 45 days. I think we should do some research. Can we do it less than 45 days? If we can do it 30 days, I think this is also even better to our farmers on seaweed. And ladies and gentlemen, just to add something, approximately 63,000 households are working in the labor-intensive seaweed cultivation, yet many of them struggle with poverty. 64% have low education and levels, and less than 6% have access to financing. So that's why we are pushing the Global Blended Finance Alliance. This can be a platform to finance the small medium enterprises working for this area. So there are many things that we are doing. So if we work together internationally, basically we discuss about the carbon emission, we discuss about the job opportunity, we discuss also tackling about poverty alleviation, and also about stunting. In coastline, there are a lot of poverty and also stunting. So we are glad, we are happy with this program. So government of Indonesia give a fully support on this issue, on this project. So please, let's move, I think here my deputy gave me some data, 100 hectares, we need the $2 million investment, and we can employ like 150 people, direct employees. So indirect, we don't know, maybe more than that. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm so happy with this event. Let's work together and see some result of this that we could implement the thing very soon. Enjoy Bali, enjoy the sunshine of Bali, enjoy also the atmosphere in Bali with happiness, again, happiness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luhut. Please remain on stage as we proceed to the joint declaration procession as a form of development in building the seaweed industry. And I would like to invite for join the declaration, Minister for Marine Affairs and Fisheries Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, Professor Amarullah Octavian, Vice Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency, Ms. Vivi Yulaswati, Deputy for Maritime and Natural Resources, Ms. Ye Wuxin, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Putu Juli Ardika, Director General of Agro Industry, Dr. Hansan Park, Indonesia, Director of Marine and Technology Cooperation Research Center, Mr. Vikas Chaudhary, Program Leader, Sustainable Development World Bank, Ms. Meizani Irmadiani, Senior Vice President and Executive Chair of Konservasi Indonesia, Mr. Richard Jo, Senior Vice President Asia Pacific Conservation International, Mr. Sudari, Representative of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Mr. Shashank Vikram, Consulate General Embassy of India, Mr. Joseph Dharmabrata, Board of Indonesia Global Compact Network, and also would like to invite to the stage Ms. Daniela Raik, Executive Vice President Conservation International, and Professor Maftu, Head of Indonesia Fisheries and Marine of Higher Education Forum. For excellencies that I mentioned, please be on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have shown you on the screen the commitments, joint declaration on the launching of the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center. We, the parties, hereby commit to first, enhance the capacity development, productivity, and industry improvement of tropical seaweed, aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and Indonesia's Maritime Vision 2045, Indonesia as the global maritime fulcrum. Second, strengthen global collaboration for the sustainable development of the tropical seaweed industry, promoting a unified vision for the well-being of people, prosperity, and the planet. Third, develop and implement concrete plans to strengthen the establishment of the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we embark our commitment in building the seaweed industry, excellencies on stage will sound the kulkul. Before we sound the kulkul, allow me to give a short introduction of kulkul. Kulkul is a traditional Balinese percussion instrument made from bamboo, and it is a hollow out to create a renaissance camber and typically played by striking it with a wooden mallet. And to congratulate our joint declaration procession, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies on stage will strike the kulkul. Wait the cue from the MC and get ready to witness this important procession, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies on stage, are you ready? Ready? Allow me to do the count. 1, 2, 3. Strike the kulkul and give big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our declaration commitment. Our declaration is a significant way of government Indonesia to develop Seaweed Research Center. Please give a round of applause for our commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this important session. Thank you, excellencies on stage. Please remain on stage as we will continue with the group photo session. Once again, thank you so much for this amazing joint declaration and also the commitments that we celebrate on this very special occasion. Excellencies on stage, please remain as we will continue with the photo session. Please, all the photographers, media, to capture this important cooperation, important session as we commit together on this joint declaration procession. Excellencies on stage, face the camera. 1, 2, 3. Another pose. 1, 2, 3. Please give big round of applause once again. Thank you so much, excellencies on stage. You may return to your seat. And congratulations once again to our declaration commitment. Thank you for the presence of our two ministers. Your presence means a lot to us. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we are proceeding to the next procession or the next agenda, we please all of you to enjoy the refreshment, coffee and tea that we prepare at the foyer area for 10 minutes. And we will continue our session. It is the first panel discussion after each and every one of you enjoying the refreshment tea, coffee and snack that we provide at the foyer area. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to say thank you so much for the presence of the two ministers that already joined us this very special occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes We will gather again for our first panel discussion. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
Greg Carmichael. Greg Carmichael there. It's a tune called Ariane. It's from an album called Blue Chip. I'm going to introduce you to the chaps now. So that's the polite thing to do. So start down there, all the way over there. The man who's been banging his head on that speaker for a good 4 or 5 days now. Just 4 or 5 more days to go, banging your head on that speaker. And then we've got the other side of Christmas as well. He's from Baltimore, Maryland, this chap, which is nowhere near here whatsoever. It's from an exotic land beyond the seas. Unless you've been there, of course, which you're... A big fan of this guy. He was all over my record collection long before he joined the band. He's played with some absolute gods of music. He's recorded and toured with John Scofield, people like Dennis Chambers at the Seriously Jazzy End, right through to Earth, Wind and Fire, Santana. He's a heavyweight dude, this guy, and we're really lucky to have him along. He's also the best dressed player on this stage, at least. This is Gary Granger, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Granger. And this guy on the drums is also called Granger. It's weird. It's exactly. You might think they were related. And they are. They're married. It's a beautiful thing. You don't say. I'm not so keen on that in Texas, though, when we announce this. Hear the sound of safety catchers coming in. No, you're absolutely right the first time. I was just indulging myself there. They are brothers. And this guy's been with us since 2001. And he's just such a killer. He's a great musician, mighty drummer, lovely guy. I was so lucky to have him along. Before he was our drummer, he was late great Whitney Houston's drummer. Yeah, exactly. We're talking that sort of caliber. So why he keeps coming back here, I don't. All I can say is that I'm grateful. We're all grateful. This is the mighty Greg Granger back here. Greg Granger. Good man. Officially the house band. Over here, from a small village in the north of Yorkshire. Actually, it is north. It's not West Yorkshire, is it? Is it West Yorkshire? Yeah, it's Leeds, you see. That's North Yorkshire. That's North Yorkshire, I think. The more industrial part of Yorkshire. Nice. I'm sorry. We've watched him grow from boy to man in this band. He was only like 20 or something when you joined. You weren't you? Tiny. And here he is now with his David Beckham good looks, sounding fantastic. This is Fred White. Fred White. Oh, here, the boss. The band's been going now. I don't know if you've been coming to see us since 1986. No. It was worth saying anyway. The manager has. But he's been here all that time, fronting the band up. The mighty, mighty Greg Carmichael here.
Thank you so much, thank you.
I got on my mental pictures there. I'm sorry.
What's that? What's your mental
It was a sort of mummified, sort of
What?
shot into my head. You wouldn't have liked it, I'm sorry.
This guy being hand is an amazing drums. Miles Gillidan.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready to continue our agenda, it is the first panel discussion this morning. I would like to invite, for those of you still at the foyer area, you will please re-enter the Mengiat room and kindly have a seat. As our moderator and the speakers are ready, we continue our next agenda. It is the first panel discussions. So once again, I would like to invite all the participants of today's webinar, please re-enter the ballroom and kindly have a seat. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to invite all the participants of today's seminar. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, please re-enter the ballroom and kindly have a seat. And if you want to bring your refreshment, tea, coffee, or snack, you are very welcome for enjoying your refreshment while we are continuing our next session. It is the first panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, I would like to invite everyone, all the participants, please enter again Mengiat room and kindly have a seat as the moderator and also the speakers are ready to start our first panel discussion. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat as we now start our next panel discussion. This is our first panel discussion, so I would like to invite once again all the participants. For those of you who are already with us here in this ballroom, kindly have a seat. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I do hope everyone enjoying your refreshment, tea, coffee, or snack. Then now we are ready to continuing our agenda. This is our first panel discussion. Our first panel discussion will discuss about innovative approach to combat climate change and commercial opportunities in Indonesia's seaweed biodiversity. And to lead this session, I would like to invite our moderator. But before I invite our moderator to please join me on stage, I would like to introduce first our moderator. She has more than 18 years of experience in sustainable land management, agriculture plantation, renewable energy, labor, and disaster relief. And previously, she worked in the private sector on sustainable rubber commodities and was instrumental in building sustainable natural rubber production business in a very complex landscape. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our moderator. Please welcome Meizani Irmadi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, Your Excellency, Pak Deputi Firman, Bu Deputi Vivi, and all other distinguished participants today. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Indonesian government under Kemenko Marves, Bappenas, KKP, Kementerian Perindustrian, and BRIN, together with development partners today for launching the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center during the 10th World Water Forum here in Bali. I think this year's theme is a very interesting one because the theme is Water for Shared Prosperity. And it's actually an apt start to our panel this morning. As seaweed is a commodity crucial for its properties and its use in many different industries, from food to healthcare to fuel, and bioplastics, the role of seaweed is also crucial for the livelihoods of millions of people globally, both in the farms to the industries that use them. And it's actually very important in places like Indonesia, as Pa Menko explained today, in the coastal communities. The benefit of seaweed to increase economic prosperity and shared prosperity is an important one, as we know that Indonesia is the world's second-ranking producer for seaweed. And so I think, like many other industries, climate change, extreme temperatures, and also pollution affects the health and productivity of this commercially traded commodity. So we have here today actually distinguished experts from the field of science, applied research, and industry to talk about innovative approaches to combat climate change and commercial opportunities in development of seaweed biodiversity. I would like to invite all the distinguished speakers. We have Professor Okta, the Vice Chairman of BRIN, today here. Prof. Okta, if you are here. I will also invite Professor Michael Roleda from the Marine Science Institute from University of Philippines. Please come join me on stage. Dr. Srikumar Suryanarayan, the co-founder and managing director of C6 Energy. Dr. Sunil Kumar Sahu from the BGI Shenzhen in China. Dr. Alan Richley, research fellow from Nova Scotia in Canada. Please come join me on stage. Thank you. So amazing expert speakers here today. The challenge for you today, I will give you, is to make your presentation both in-depth but also interesting, because not all of us are very expert in this topic. And this is an exciting time for us. This is a big milestone for Indonesia, and I think the development of seaweed for the global future. And so that's the first challenge. And also, I was told that everyone here comes very far away, and they've prepared a very interesting presentation. So the second challenge is to make it last no more than 10 minutes, because you are standing between coffee break and lunch. And I know that we want to have some time at the end to really have an opportunity for questions and answer and discussions with all the amazing participants here today. So I would like to start now with Professor Michael Roleda. Professor?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Indeed, this is a challenging task today to limit our year-long of work in 10 minutes, but I'll do my best to be within time and make it also so interesting. If I exceed my time allowance, nobody will complain. Okay, so my talk is basically about seed banking of commercially important seaweed with focus on euchumatoids. So why seaweed, why euchumatoids? Our distinguished ministers already talked about this early this morning, and we have several booths outside showcasing seaweed cultivation products from seaweed, so everybody knows why we are talking about seaweed for this occasion. So I'm supposed to have control of the slide. So this is just a photo showing the coastal inhabitants in the Philippines doing seaweed farming. And as we all already know about this importance, I will not spend so much time about this. And yeah, this is our hatchery in the Philippines doing some seedling propagation. And we know about this different importance on the right-hand side on the different application. And we have commissioned Hatch to do a report on the importance or what is the challenges facing our euchumatoid seaweed industry now. And this report is available, and there's also a booth from Conservasi Indonesia, which is also highlighting this report. You are very much welcome to download the report, to read the whole report. And basically, we're showing here that the biomass production is decreasing. No? So we are facing several challenges. Some of this is global climate change related. Some of this is related into the vigor of our seed stock and the pests and diseases that we are experiencing in our cultivation. So all the downstream application will be affected if we don't have the required biomass. So what we are doing is to have a climate change resistant crop that could satisfy our required biomass production and at the same time meet the challenges or face the challenges that we are facing and to be able to supply the required biomass for different applications. So I'll not go through this slide. You're very much welcome to download the report and read it. Okay, so what we are doing in the Philippines, I hope what our lab is doing will serve as a model that we could adopt here in Indonesia. So we have an in vitro laboratory at the Marine Science Institute in the Philippines, as shown in this slide. So everything is QR coded. We know which species are them, which strains, and as you could see in this slide, we have farm and commercial strains that has been collected in different sites, and you could see that there is as early as 2001. So we're keeping all this genetic material in our in vitro laboratory. So you could see here some example of different strains. So you have Tambalang, Giant, Sakol, and I do not know how you call it in Indonesia. Maybe you also have your commercial or local language name, but this is how we call it in the Philippines. So what is also important is to look into what is present in the wild. So we're also looking into the diversity of wild eucheumatoids in different localities in the Philippines. So we collect them, we do herbarium, we barcode them, and we cultivate them. So this is some of the examples of our field-collected eucheumatoids. So it's important that we know what is there to be able to protect them and to also to eventually study them if they could be the future super crop. Huh? So just a photo of where we have collected our wild eucheumatoids. And I think Indonesia, with so many islands and unexplored biodiversity, you might be able to encounter more than what we have encountered in the Philippines. So you could see here different shapes, different colors. Everything is eucheumatoid. And some of our barcoding work showed that even if they look different, they actually belong to one species. So there's so much plasticity in this species. So another collection from another site in the Visayas, Iloilo. So you could see beautiful wild eucheumatoids that we could study in the lab. So another site of our collection in Samar. So very, very, very nice samples that we are collecting in our gene bank. So here is some of the species that we have discovered. So we have Capophycus striatus, Capophycus malaysianus, Capophycus alvarezii, Eucheuma denticulatum, Capophycopsis cottonii, and Betaphycus. So at least from my experience here in Indonesia, having worked with somebody from University of Mataram, we went collecting wild eucheumatoids. We have seen here Capophycopsis cottonii, among others. So our barcoding work showed that most of our collection, I could not read it from here, so I have to turn around. So most of them are Capophycus species. And we have, what else there? Eucheuma denticulatum, and we have some Gracilaria species. So we also develop new strains from spores. So we collect pregnant, how do you call this? Pregnant individuals, and then we release the spores in the lab. And we cultivate them. So we start from spores, and then we raise the next generation from this complex life cycle of eucheumatoids. So I don't want to lecture about the triphasic life cycle because it might be too much. So I'm just showing that it's just like raising the next generation from spores. So here are the different new strains that we cultivated from spores. So this is about a total of 93 different strains. And when they grow up to a certain size, we transfer them from our lab to our hatchery culture setup. So to increase the biomass to be able to do some phenotypic studies. So when we say phenotypic studies, we study their growth rate, they study their biochemistry and everything. No? So this is an example of our aquarium setup. So they are bubbling. So these are different species. And we have a total of unique individuals, unique strains of 98, and we have a total glass aquaria of 124. So this is very labor-intensive work, so we need a lot of funding to be able to continue our work. So at least for Indonesia to undergo the same kind of work, you should be familiar with the extent of work that we are doing. So just showing you here the different phenotypes or morphotype of different eumatoid species that we are maintaining in our hatchery. And aside from the aquarium setup, we also cultivate them in our raceway tank to have enough biomass that we could share to seaweed farmers. So we actually cultivate them to a certain biomass and then bring them to our collaborators, seaweed farmers, to test plant it. So culture maintenance, at least I need 3 working boys, we call them. So they are basically need some muscle to clean the aquarium and maintain the setup. And these are some of the growth measurements that we have. So you could see here that we are comparing commercially farmed cultivars, that what is now we are cultivating, and then some wild strain and from male and female individuals and also from diploid individuals. So you could see here different growth rates. And some of our study also showed growth rate that could range from 3% to 11%. So this means that not all of these different strains could be used as a next crop. No? So we have to choose the best. So that's why this study is very important, because a certain strain might be good for one site and not good for the other site, so it could be site-specific. And we are harvesting some of our plants, and then with our collaborators, we analyze the carrageenan. And from the different carrageenan quality, this study, very small, how do you call this, figure here, but I'm just showing you that this red, enclosed in red box, show that one specific strain, which is this GN7, exhibited the best carrageenan quality and yield. So it also means that not all strain could have the same chemical properties. Okay, so we also encounter challenges. So this is some of the pests and diseases that we encounter in our work, and we have to address this. So we have to face the fact that there will always be pests and diseases, and we are trying to understand what are these pests and diseases and when do they occur and when to address to mitigate these pests and diseases. Okay, so from our hatchery, we contribute this to seaweed farmers collaborator to test if the growth rate is also the same or different from what we observe in the hatchery. Because in the end, it has to be distributed to seaweed farmers, and it has to have this high growth rate in the field. No? So we brought them back to where we originally collected the parental plants, and then we test plant it. No? So we have the different new strains here. So the TRS8, the TRC5, TRR3, and we compare it with the commercially cultivated strain. And we could see here, like I mentioned earlier, that not all could be suitable. And we found that the TRS8 is the most promising strain that is almost comparable to the presently cultivated strain. And you could see here from day 0, from our hatchery, it's colored red, and at day 60, it's now colored yellowish green. So this species is very plastic. They change in shape and size, they change in color. So we are able to really tag them, that we know this is what we originally, the morphotype, and how it changed through time. Okay? So don't be fooled. They are shape shifters, they are chameleons, no? So they change. And this is another strain, TRC5, so relatively more susceptible to ice disease. The other strain was not, and this is susceptible, but they were able to recover. And you could see that the shape and size changes also. But further study, we need to understand really if this species could be suitable in other sites. And for the TRR3, you could see from day 0 to day 60, different morphology, very plastic. So this is some of the work that we're continuing and looking for funding, looking for collaborators to support what we're doing. And this is something that we could also do here in Indonesia. And hopefully, this is something that I could also help develop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mike. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian. Prof. Okta is the Vice Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of the Republic of Indonesia. Pak Okta, Prof. Okta, the floor is yours. Ini nggak apa-apa? Apa mau saya yang kontrol? Next sama back.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished Mr. Firman, Deputy of the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, all respected speakers, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to thank to the committee for inviting me to this seminar on the launching of Tropical Seaweed Research Center. Ladies and gentlemen, as an archipelago, the Republic of Indonesia boasts extensive potential areas for seaweed cultivation, with numerous seaweed species thriving in Indonesian waters. Prominent types such as cottony and sargassum are widely farmed. To support the diversification of seaweed cultivation, domestication of several emerging species is essential. Given this factor, BRIN is actively engaged in maritime endeavor, particularly in seaweed research and innovation. As the world's second largest seaweed producer, Indonesia faces the challenge of maintaining and optimizing the role of seaweed for the benefit of both the nation and the global community. Seaweed has several potency. Firstly, as ecosystem services for ocean, such as bioindicator for ocean health, biofiltration for nutrient and pollution, improve water quality as natural feed for biota, produce oxygen, and as carbon absorption. BRIN offers an international collaboration scheme with funding agency from overseas, including collaborative program, joint call, and co-funding. Through global engagement and collaboration, we can speed up knowledge and skill transfer through research collaboration. We are now working on a new plan with industry participation. Therefore, we require that the industries in both countries will be able to collaborate with the researchers and facilitate matchmaking. Additionally, a new initiative called the Research Collaboration Center for Industry will be introduced, requiring industry to host and work with BRIN researchers. Ladies and gentlemen, BRIN, responsible as the coordinator for research and innovation, national talent management, developed a true scheme to manage national research and innovation talent through various programs. These young talent who graduate from bachelor and master degree are then encouraged to take postgraduate degree with our various degree funding program. We have degree by research program which emphasis on collaboration between professor from host university with BRIN researcher. We also have the BRIN LPDP Research and Innovation Talent Scholarship for young talent who have potential in developing targeted research field. For those who already have a doctoral degree, are welcome to join our postdoctoral program as a stepping stone to permanent position as BRIN researcher or lecturer at universities. We also welcome international citizen expert and professor to join as visiting researcher to contribute in the effort building our researcher capacity in research and innovation field. The Deputy for Research and Innovation Infrastructure of BRIN play a vital role in providing essential research tools and laboratories. These facilities, accessible through ELSA BRIN, are available to all researchers for scientific visit and sample testing analysis. Postdoctoral fellow and visiting professor or researcher have access to BRIN equipment and laboratories which are strategically located across Indonesia. The Deputy for Utilization of Research and Innovation of BRIN is a special directorate responsible for managing partnership for the industry utilization of research and innovation. BRIN also assists industry partners in commercializing research product through licensing partnership under this deputy. When we talk about downstream research product under a licensing partnership, we are referring to the process of taking the outcome of research such as technology, innovation, or intellectual property and making them available for commercial use by external partner, typically private company or other organization in the industry. This process involves entering into licensing agreement where the intellectual property right associated with the research product are transferred or licensed to the partner organization. This agreement outlines the term and condition under which the partner can use, develop, or commercialize the research product, often in exchange for royalties, licensing fees, or other financial arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, example project conducted in collaboration with IOCAS for Seaweeds involve researchers from the Research Center for Marine and Land Bioindustry in Lombok, focusing on marine ranching. There is also cooperation with SATREP with Japan, a project for the development of sustainable seaweed-based functional food to achieve blue economy goal. There is also cooperation with SATREP with Japan, a project for the development of sustainable seaweed-based functional food also. And this is the proposal for collaborative and integrated program for seaweed research and the Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime in collaboration with the Research Center for Marine and Land Bioindustry as the project manager overseeing the Research Center for Oceanography, Deep Sea and Fishery has embarked on an inclusive project. This endeavor engaged various departments within BRIN, including the Deputy for Facilitation of Research and Innovation, which facilitates RIM and co-funding initiative. Additionally, the Deputy for Human Resources of Science and Technology coordinate postdoctoral and visiting research or professor, while the Deputy for Research and Innovation Infrastructure provide essential laboratory equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, within the realm of marine aquaculture, seaweed stand out as a valuable research with multifaceted application. It serves as a source of food, feed, cosmeceutical, nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, bioproduct, bioplastic, and bioenergy. As closing, we are agree the ocean holds the key to the future of human existence, providing indispensable resources for water security, food security, and energy security. I thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Okta. I know that you have another engagement.
Yes. So
go.
due to my schedule type, so maybe I will leave. Allow me.
Thank you
all
so much.
speakers. Yes, and there are several experts from BRIM to conduct the discuss later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Okta. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Okta. And now we will go to Sri Kumar Suryanayaran from the C6 Energy. They're partners of the Indonesian government to develop the seaweed here in Indonesia. And also, I will give you the floor now, Sri, to give their presentation.
Check. Yeah. Thank you all. And I need a. Did you take it away?
Oh, we'll get it. Can you just? Okay, it's. Okay. Alan wants to go next, I think. This is why he has the clicker.
Thank you so much, Alan. Very important gadget.
It's a fight here.
Yeah.
Please, Sri.
Yeah. Thank you. And so we actually can, I'd just like to reiterate the cultivation of tropical seaweed. And I think it's very important to look at the advantages of tropical seaweed compared to seaweed cultivation in general. And one of the most outstanding features why tropical seaweed can be considered as a scalable industrial feedstock. And I don't just mean for food and for small, for cosmetics, nutraceutical applications, but as a true replacement for the most polluting thing on our planet, which is crude oil or fossil fuels. The only reason it can be done is because it is available throughout the year. You know, seaweed-like agriculture is in the business of harvesting sunlight. Most of the sunlight on this planet falls on the seas. Most of the sunlight that falls on the seas falls in the tropical seas. That is the place to do the next frontier of agriculture. So I really, truly believe that the way to look at seaweed is the next frontier of agriculture, where we are really creating huge biomass to supplement the land-based biomass, which is primarily used for food. On that basis, it has many advantages. One is, of course, it's a short growth cycle. It has a very high biomass productivity, and most importantly, a long history of cultivation. And today, the primary reason for cultivating seaweed is because it is used as a gelling agent. I mean, we've all heard of carrageenan as a gelling agent. So, and that's how it has been for the past 50 years. But it is an expensive feedstock. And at the price at which it is produced today, there are only certain applications that are feasible. But if the cost of the seaweed could be brought down, there is no reason why seaweed cannot be thought of as any other biomass. Today, if people are using corn or bagasse to make fuel, why can't we use seaweed? The only thing that is stopping and in the way is the price of the feedstock. And if you can imagine, just imagine that the price of the feedstock could be dropped, then the applications and the markets that can be opened up are mind-boggling. Today we are talking about a $1 billion carrageenan market. But if we could open up seaweed as a feedstock, you can address a $1 trillion fuel market. Now, what is the reason even to imagine that the cost of seaweed could be dropped? The only biggest distinguishing factor about seaweed cultivation compared to land agriculture is the fact that labor is the only cost in seaweed cultivation. If you look at land agriculture, the three main input costs are the cost of irrigation water, which is absent in seaweed cultivation, is the cost of fertilizer, which is also absent in seaweed cultivation, and the only cost is labor. Therefore, if we can improve the labor productivity, where no one has ever paid any attention so far, we can think of dropping the price of the seaweed. But it's not, so, I mean, obviously that's a great thought, and the next question is, can it even be done? Unfortunately, there have been so many technology innovations that can increase labor productivity. Here are examples of some such technology innovations, which look at the various labor-consuming parts of the seaweed operation, and they automate them to increase the productivity massively. But it's not just producing a cost of the seaweed at a lower cost. I mean, sure, you need to produce it at a lower cost, otherwise some applications don't become economically viable. But it is also the volume of seaweed that needs to be produced. So, for example, if you look at the table on the right-hand side, and this is an internal calculation that we have made, and if you look at all the seaweed that is going only for the carrageenan industry, and Indonesia has about 60% of the world's market for carrageenan industry. So I'm not counting in this table the seaweed going for agar or sargassum or food or whatever else. It's only for the carrageenan industry. And you say that all the people involved and the area involved, and you call that 1x. And we estimate that it's maybe about 100 square kilometers of seaweed farming that may be happening. But if the moment you travel down the table, and you look at that, we need to be increasing seaweed farming or the volume of seaweed production by several hundredfold. I mean, for example, if you go down to fuel, you have to increase just to meet Indonesia's fuel requirements, you have to increase seaweed farming by 3,000-fold. If you just want to meet aviation fuel requirements, it should be just about 100-fold. So it is the scale of cultivation. So today, if you're cultivating 100 square kilometers and we want to meet, for example, aviation fuel requirements for Indonesia, you would be doing 10,000 square kilometers. Now, I understand that there are about 60,000 households, maybe 200,000 people involved in seaweed farming. Okay? But if you have to increase farming by a factor of 100, you don't have 100 times more people. So what is the solution? And the solution is that even, for example, and I'd like to run through a hypothetical calculation. Let us say that there are 200,000 people involved, whole of Indonesia, in seaweed farming. And somehow we could attract another 200,000 people more. So maybe double the number of people. But we need to produce 100 times the amount of seaweed. So even then, every person has to produce 50 times more seaweed than they're producing right now. And that is just for one application. How is that even going to be possible? So we have to look at automation, you have to look at mechanization as a way of improving productivity, because that is the way you can open up huge amounts. So just to run through a calculation, if there are 2 times the number of people involved in seaweed cultivation, let us say 200,000 to 400,000, each person has to produce 50 times more seaweed. You need to drop, and if the same amount of people are producing 50,000 times more seaweed, you can drop the price of the seaweed 50 times and keep everybody's getting the same amount of money. Or you could drop the price of the seaweed 10 times and everybody makes much more money. And honestly, this is very doable. Is that to access many of these applications, we only need to go down by a factor of 10. So you can imagine that addressing and looking at seaweed applications. And by the way, what is the key to all of this? Expanding and making sure that those downstream processes are actually viable. They are actually real. You have to do the research in downstream processing to expand the applications beyond carrageenan. Otherwise, there is no market for seaweed. And then at the same time, we have to increase the upstream mechanization. We have to look at better ways of improving productivity and get better quality jobs. So people are not tying seaweed with their hands, because nobody wants to come into that kind of seaweed industry. No, people are not lifting the seaweed with their hands. Nobody wants to come into that seaweed industry. But they're basically pressing buttons, operating machines, which allow them to do 10 times more work than what they're doing right now, and they earn a decent living. That is the future of the seaweed industry. And does Indonesia have, the natural thing is, does Indonesia have the ability to do this? If you could do the machines and if you could do the seaweed, surely we have enough sea space. I mean, just at very moderate depths of 0 to 50 meters, you have more than 1 million square kilometers of sea space waiting to be harnessed. And Indonesia, in general, has more than 6 billion square kilometers of exclusive economic zone. So what's the catch? All of this technology that I talked about, the mechanization, the first stage or the first versions are now being implemented. So this is like a 100-hectare farm in Ikas, 1 square kilometer farm. And the moment you look at, and you can imagine that this is just the first time that anyone's done it, and 1 square kilometer is very small compared to 10,000 square kilometers that we want to go to. I mean, but there is so much learning already in the few months that this farm has been operated. I mean, there is so much more innovation that has to happen, so much more robustness that has to be built in. Because you can't have farm machinery that breaks down every 3 months or 6 months. You have to have farm machinery that's robust. And many times you don't understand what's happening till you actually put the farm machinery through its paces day after day, month after month, year after year. And these are some of the learnings that will happen. They will develop ancillary industries. But you know something really more scary, and I don't want to use the word scary, is automation is not the only thing in farming. We talked about automation, we talked about mechanization, we talked about involving the community and giving them better jobs. But one thing that we have not seriously paid attention to is crop science. Because if you saw the picture in the before, and you saw the huge infrastructure that's got to come up. This is just 1 square kilometer, but then as you increase the area, you make 10 square kilometers, 100 square kilometers, people begin to live there. People begin to put up factories around that place. There is huge infrastructure. And one day, the seaweed doesn't grow. What happens? It's not like a small farmer who you say, okay, my seaweed didn't grow, so I'm going to go back and plant some chilies, or I'm going to plant corn. You can't do that anymore. And this is where you need really resilient agriculture. This is where, if you look at what has happened to land agriculture, people have developed resistant strains, drought-resistant strains, winter wheat, spring wheat, different varieties of tomatoes. Where is all that work in seaweed agriculture? If this is going to become the next frontier of agriculture, where is all that work going to happen? We don't know how to combat diseases. Now, you can't spray pesticide and insecticide on the sea. You need biological control methods. So this is the whole reason I'm so delighted that we have actually inaugurated an International Tropical Seaweed Center. Because this is the place where this kind of work will be done to create resilient agriculture. And if you look at what it all involves, what are some of the things that can get done in such an institute? You know, develop new varieties of eucalyptoid seaweeds. Like, Indonesia has amazing biodiversity. Why are we only doing 3 or 4 strains? The kind of work that Professor Mikey is doing, that is, or sequencing, the gene technology, getting better varieties. Whatever we have learned in agriculture over the past couple of 100 years, we have to put and squeeze in the next 10 years. So you can see it should be better crops, better productivity. There is something called the seaweed microbiome, which has not at all been paid attention to. Seaweeds have been surviving. There are some mysteries that haven't been answered. Seaweeds, just like human microbiome, there is a microbiome associated with the seaweed. Maybe there are nitrogen fixers associated with the seaweed. We haven't studied them. This is all the basic fundamental research that needs to be studied if we have to get to resilient agriculture so that the infrastructure that we put out over 10,000 square kilometers of farming is not at risk. The farmers who depend on the livelihood for seaweed, their livelihood is not at risk because somehow the seaweed decided not to grow. So, and there are many other things like this. So in summary, this work that this institute is going to do, the biology and the agricultural practices, is what is going to make all the visions of downstream processing happen. Unless you have precision and resilient phyconomy, like you have the term agronomy, we have to coin the term phyconomy. We cannot get just all the benefits of what the seaweed can represent. So on that note, basically, I'd just like to thank you for the talk.
Thank you, Shri Kumar. And now we have Dr. Sunil Kumar Sahu from the BGS Shenzhen, research scientist, State Key Laboratory of Agriculture Genomics. Dr. Sunil Kumar, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this excellent opportunity. Yeah. Om Swasti Astu. Good morning, everyone. Could you please play my presentation? No, my PowerPoint is not. Okay. Yes. So, I am Dr. Sunil Kumar Sahu from BGI Research, China, and I am glad to share my talk on harnessing algal genomics, unlocking the potential of algae for environmental and commercial success. As Professor Michael and Dr. Narayana very rightly pointed out, that seaweed does not need introduction. What it needs is effective utilization for better, means for commercial as well as ecologically benefits sustainably. Not just for one time, but sustainably. So in this aspect, how we can use the omics technology, the genetics technology, to overcome the existing problem they have already mentioned. I don't want to repeat those. So those things I am going to cover. So before that, I would like to mention about the 10KP, that is 10,000 plant genome sequencing project. It's a one mega project launched by BGI in 2017, and it's also a part of Earth Biogenome Project, which is a multi-institutional collaborative project which aims to sequence and catalog each and every eukaryotic genome present on the Earth. So one of the sub-projects in this is the 10,000 plant genomics. As from the name itself, in this project, we are going to sequence 8,000 plant species and 2,000 algae, that also include, of course, macroalgae, seaweeds, plus protists. So this is a huge project and has several advantages for the algal research. And as we know, this project especially will help to discover several metabolic pathways of high economic value, as Professor already mentioned, by deciphering their genomes, both systematic and by applying some comparative genomics approach. And with respect to algae, you will be surprised to know there are more than 180,000 algae species worldwide, and we have only 700 species sequence. And algae, they are known as the, the earliest evolutionary node for all the green plant, and they are known as the ancestors of also the land plants. Therefore, they are ideal for studying the early plant evolution. And with respect to this, the Indonesian culture collection and the establishment of this new institute will definitely play an important role, especially for this, it's very important for their ecological research and high application value. And there are several applications which can be done by using this omics technology. I am going to mention top 5. The first one is plant terrestrialization. That is understanding how the life evolved from water to land plants. And algae is one of the important connecting link between, if you see the evolution of life from land, from water to higher land plant. Algae are at the intersection of this point. So, however, there are several current challenges. As I mentioned, there are very limited genomic data for this, okay? And sequencing of these important algae species will help us to study the molecular mechanism of this plant terrestrialization and the phylogenetic approaches. For example, I will show you. we have sequenced the genome of early diverging streptophyte algae and one Zygonomatophyceae species and explained how green plants actually adapt or took the first step in terrestrialization or the landing of the land plants, you can say. And we have revealed the molecular mechanism by which the most common ancestor of these land plants actually came, and they have overcome the drought resistance and successfully landed more than 380 million years ago. This is just one example. Next part, as Professor was mentioning, they are highly adaptable to extreme environment, and still there are several algal species whose genomes are not yet sequenced. So sequencing the genomes of those highly adaptive algal species or seaweeds or the will be able to get some detailed insight about their mechanism, how they are able to withstand those. And we, for example, we have also some genomics-enabled industrial application of algae. For example, you can see by using the CRISPR-Cas9 system, they modified certain genes in microalgae which significantly enhance the growth rate of the genetically modified species compared to the wild trait. Similarly, in another studies, by overexpressing one specific cytochrome gene, the water use efficiency of the tobacco plant was significantly increased. And in yet another study, the photosynthetic efficiency of the plant was increased 3 times by incorporating the carbon concentrating mechanism genes. So these are some of the examples that shows by using the genetic approach how the yields of land plant as well as the seaweed cultivars in the future could be improved sustainably. Next, of course, talking about the algae, one of the major problem nowadays also is about the algal bloom and how these blooms are forming. And what is the exact genetics behind that is still not clear. So by sequencing those genome and some elite cultivars or varieties, we will be able to decipher, and hopefully then we will be able to control this harmful algal bloom which is really deteriorating for the environment and the species thriving below. And one such example I would like to mention, our institute sequenced one diatoms, which is a symbiotic diatom for the coral. As you know, Indonesia, all the coastal habitats are surrounded by corals as well. And these dinoflagellates can actually alter coral gene. And there is significant decline in the population of this diatom, which is also affecting the coral population. And we found that this particular diatom can adapt to this environment, and they are able to also able to modify their gene in order to deal with the stress in this continuous changing environment. So this also is a very good example of the symbiotic relationship between a coral and a diatom species. And one most important aspect we can focus is about the phylogenetic research. As you know, there are several thousand species of algae are there, but as Professor was mentioning about the phycotaxonomy or phycoeconomy, phycology research. So in that aspect, identifying, cataloging the existing species correctly using the molecular marker is one of the most important things. Of course, and if you see this phylogenetic tree, there are several species, especially in Indonesia itself. You can see only 6 to 7 cultivars are being cultivated. But there could be many more varieties which has the potential to be an important cultivar. So how could we know that? So by understanding their diversity and their, botanical, their morphology and their botanical position is also very important. And one such example I would like to show here is, we sequenced the genome of Presinoderma colonial. This is a microalgae species, and we were surprised to know just by using this genome, we were able to identify a new phylum. This is one of the biggest discovery in the field of algal taxonomy. Earlier, we were able to know only Chlorophyta and Streptophyta. But by using this genome, we were able to identify a totally new phylum, that is Presinodermophyta. So you can see the power of genomics here. So, and this species, actually this groundbreaking phylum level discovery now lead to totally rewrite the textbook. Now we need to rewrite the textbook and reclassify the algal phylogenetics. So this is the importance here. Next, you know, there are several implications for nutrition and medicine, algal metabolism, not only for the cultivation purpose, they are also known for, you can see, there are several pharmaceutically important ingredients present in this seaweed species. But their exact molecular mechanism, how it is produced, is still unknown. Whatever known is only for few handful of species, that too at molecular level is still not existent. So sequencing the genomes of this important species, means you can say drug producing species, will definitely help us to gain more detailed insight on their mechanisms. And one such example, again, I would like to show from our study. We have recently sequenced 68 species of spherophylls. This is an oil-producing algae. As you know, Professor was mentioning, if we want to improve the oil productivity, we need to do the production for 3,000x, 3,500x. So this is actually microalgae, not an seaweed, but I'm just telling the example. So by using this 68 species genomes, we were able to look into the adaptive evolution and what are the important lipid regulatory pathways, means how the lipid production could be enhanced this species, we were able to decipher. And this study is actually not published yet, it is under review in Nature Communication. And finally, I would like to mention about our BGI's group structure. You know, BGI is the world leading institute for the genomics research, and starting from research to BGI College, where recently we have collaboration with Indonesia, like Del Tech Institute, where we will have some exchange students coming to BGI and doing master or PhD programs. Like that, BGI has several different departments, starting from research for the to the human welfare. And BGI research particularly is mainly involved in the technological innovation, you know, scientific research and industrial development. All together with multi-institutional collaboration, we are able to generate big data. This big data leads to big science, and overall we are able to establish a big industry for the whole omics research. And one thing I would like to emphasize here now, with our years of experience and expertise, now we are able to establish fully automatic unmanned omics laboratory. Means we just need to provide the sample, and from the library construction to sequencing to data generation to analysis, everything can be automated fully. And one such example is now, we have recently established DCS lab, that is DNA sequencing, cell omics and special omics lab, which is an integrated multidimensional omics analysis platform. This was recently launched in our center in Hangzhou, BGI Hangzhou, that is in China. So this is just one example to showcase how our technological advancements has improved over the year. And MGI, which is the manufacturing group of BGI, provide a wide range of sequencers and their reagents. You can see based on our projects, we can select the instrument, or for the beginners, I would like to say, there are several types of sequencing instruments, and depend on the quality of the data we need, like second generation, third generation, or we can say short reads and long reads. All kind of data can be generated at BGI and based on our projects. So finally, I would like to give one example here about the integrated gene banking and sequencing platform, as a professor from BRICS was mentioning about their future goals. So this is an approach we apply for the plants. I think similar could be applied for seaweeds and algal research. So for example, for plant growth, from seed germination till the harvest, we have all the standardized pipeline. Then we not only grow the plant, we do the germplasm digitalization. Means these are some of the important resources we need to preserve for the future. So we collect the DNA, and after sequencing the genome, we deposit all the resources in our data center. Similar to NCBI, we have our own huge data center. And finally, we do the database development. For example, all these data, you know, sequencing these thousands and hundreds of thousands of genomes, we need some storage facility so that other people can use it for freely. And BGI's mandate is all the data we generate are freely accessible. Once we complete the analysis, all these data are freely accessible to anyone to download, and they can use in their research. So similar thing can be applied so that all the Indonesian, not only the Indonesian researchers, but worldwide people can access to this data. With this, you can see from participation to leadership, these are some of the fruitful scientific discoveries of our institute. And this I'm just highlighting some of the key research which has been selected as the cover article of Nature, Cell and Science. So you can see such a huge, high impact publication we can generate, which also have huge potential application for both environmental and commercial success. With this, I would like to conclude that we have the expertise and technology, and Indonesia have the resources. So together, we can join together, and by using this technology, we can promote the seaweed research and do something wonderful in the coming years. Thank you, and I would like to acknowledge our 10KP working group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil Kumar. And now we go to Dr. Alan Critchley. He is the Research Fellow in Verturen Center for Sustainability in Energy and Environment from Canada. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for having me. Coming at the end, everybody said everything that I was going to say, but I hope that I'm not going to be a party pooper. But one of the things that I'd like to just stress is all is not well in the world of cultivated seaweeds, and particularly all is not well in the case of the eukumatoids, the carrageenophytes in particular. I'd like to start by just saying that when is a seaweed like a humble banana? Now, those of you that eat plantains locally, you know they're in plentiful supply. However, in Europe, the Cavendish banana almost went extinct. So when is a seaweed like a banana? It's when you've got clonal propagation, extensive monocropping, loss of seedling strain and vigor, and also bacterial infections and also epiphytes on the surface. The banana nearly went extinct. It may still do so. That's because of clonal propagation, monocropping, viral and bacterial attack. And one thing that we should really avoid in the seaweed industry is that that banana today is only there because of the extensive use of pesticides, which have tremendous negative human health impacts. And we don't want to see that being introduced into the seaweed industry. There are persistent problems with these seaweeds. There are things that grow within them, and there are things that grow on the outside of them. We shouldn't be surprised because these are crops. Crops like this have had problems on land, and we're now encountering those in the sea too. So there are macroepiphytes on the outside, and then there are things which bore their way into the inside of the seaweed, causing it to break apart and fragment, and it's no longer available to be harvested and for the carrageenan to be extracted, or if it is, the carrageenan is of a much lower quality. So, if we look at good phyco or agronomic practices, we go back to the fact that on land, man has had centuries, if not millennia, to hone the craft of agriculture. However, for seaweed farmers, the history is literally less than 100 years. But we do rely on monocrops. We rely on huge farms. We should go back to the idea of having crop rotation and leaving some areas fallow. The other thing is, which comes on to why I applaud the Indonesian government's courage in going forward with a Center for Tropical Seaweed Research, is that there need to be dedicated institutions of phyconomy or seaweed agronomy along the lines of the rice, banana, or potato and grape institutes. These do not exist throughout the world. So where are we today? Unfortunately, the eukumatoids, the carrageenan-bearing seaweeds, are far too easily propagated. They've been spread around the world, around a circumtropical belt, and the damage has already been done. It's 40 to 50 years of moving seaweed from one place to another without focusing on the benefits of really investigating strain separation and how to grow one particular strain in one particular area. There are the need for new and resilient strains, and we've heard that call before, and we've seen that the work that Prof. Mikey is doing. But how do we go about getting them? And I just want to give you one short story, not a million miles away from here in Japan. So if we look at the origin of nori, porphyra, or lava cultivation, it's not the largest by dry weight by any means, but it's certainly one of the largest in terms of dollar value of any seaweed in the world. It's several billion US dollars. Sushi rolls are now common globally. They were not always so. And once upon a time, a nori sheet was a suitable gift for the Emperor of Japan. How did the nori cultivation begin? It was simply by increasing the surface area by which the seaweeds were grown. And you can see from some of these exquisite carvings here that bamboo was cut, placed into the embayments, and then the nori would seed itself and grow on those sticks. Those sticks would be collected in, and the nori paper sheets would be made. Unfortunately, there was a maximum crop, and so nori became really very, very expensive. And it took one old-school traditional taxonomist working away in a laboratory to come to the rescue of the industry. That lady phycologist was called Kathleen Mary Drew Baker. So we go from history to her story here. What's her story? She was looking at what seemed to be two completely different genera of red seaweed. One of them was a filament and the other one was a blade. But the filament happened to live inside of shells. Her story is now that of the Japanese seaweed industry for porphyra, and she's now known as the mother of the sea. Here is her working away. She published a paper in Nature way back in the 1950s. And this is the entire paper. This is it. This article gave rise to a multi-billion-dollar industry. And what did she do? She found that there was a cycle, as what Prof. Mikey has been doing earlier, a cycle of one phase to another, from reproduction to vegetative growth. But she was able to link two things together which had until then been unknown. So what we've got then is that what we knew was the blade, and the Japanese have been collecting the blade on bamboo for a long time. But her work allowed for the cultivation, allowed for the growth of the filamentous phase inside shells, which then gave rise to this enormous boom in an industry. And such was a eureka moment that now the Japanese industry venerates Kathleen Drew once a year by having a commemorative service at the Sumiyoshi Shrine in Yuto. So there was a boom in production. Everyone now knew how to reproduce, how to cultivate, and the demands increased globally because of sushi restaurants moving globally. The Japanese even then outsourced some of its production to other countries such as Korea and China, and then because it was too fast too soon, disease can now be found present within the stocks of various commercial porphyrides. Same as what happened on land. So if we come back to the euchumatoids, a lot has been said about cataloging the various morphotypes, and considerable molecular work has been done. And all due respect to everyone that does that work, but in my opinion, we need to return to basics. We need to go back to traditional old school levels of dedicated observation. So let's highlight the work that Prof. Mikey's done. He did it very well. I didn't know what he was going to say. He didn't know what I was going to say. But in parallel, I'd like to mention the Brazilian Fisheries Laboratory in Santa Catarina and Dr. Valeria Gelli's work. Here we can see that they've been doing the same exquisite work on reproduction. The biology of the seaweeds is very, very important. And I think what Indonesia can see with both Prof. Mikey and also Dr. Valeria Gelli in Brazil are two resources that would aid and assist in the Tropical Seaweed Research Initiative in Indonesia. Okay, so seaweeds that once were considered sterile, we can see that they're actually reproductive. So even crossing is available. So we can do things like you do with normal plants on land, with flowers and pollen, but without that understanding of biology, none of that is possible. So the skills are highly transferable. And the point that I want to make is there are people around the world that want to help with that transfer of knowledge. Don't get too complacent. Never sit back and think that the industry has evolved to the point where nothing is going to happen. An example that I would like to just point out here is, let's say, coming to a seaweed farm near you, is that in Xianggu Bay, China, one of the world's largest high-density kelp farming areas has suffered a significant collapse of kelp cultivation. One of those things that we think is resilient, but indeed is not. And anyone who would like to have a copy of this paper, please see me afterwards. But there's help at hand as well. Outside, you'll see that Conservation International and Conservation Indonesia, together with Cargill, sponsored the viability analysis for an international tropical seaweed resilience institute, or a network of scientists and labs that are around the world that wish to collaborate and come together to collectively solve some of the issues of tropical seaweed cultivation, because they're so important socioeconomically to all of those people in those areas. Despite growing demand, and this is from the report, Mikey also showed it, we think that we can grow more seaweed, we can grow more farms. But if we look collectively, the production per unit area is going down. So it's not a pretty picture. Some of the world's largest seaweed producing areas are declining in their seaweed production for many reasons, amongst which is climate change, and others are the lack of resilience of those crops. On land, we may have 200 to 2,000 different species of plants that we use commonly as crops. In the sea, there are just 5 genera. 5 genera alone which provide the biomass for all of the seaweeds grown in the world. What is the main problem of all of these industries? It's the lack of quality seed material. Seedling material and the provision of that material by an authority to the farmers is of significance. These slides are from the Hatch report, and I would please suggest that you sign up and get a copy at the Conservation International desk outside. The crucial need for a dedicated institute for tropical seaweed industry is clearly outlined. And again, thank you to the Indonesian government for seeing this and being one of the first to step in to this fold. A dedicated institute is required because otherwise seaweed cultivation will never fulfill its mandate or potential for all of those products, all of the beneficial products we've been hearing about up till now. What do we need? The major points are capacity building, seed banking and breeding, global alliances and connections, and the importance of physical location. So it is important that there should be members within the network that are in Indonesia, that are in Philippines, Malaysia, Zanzibar, Madagascar, the Caribbean, and also in Brazil. They all form a continuum around the globe. These slides are just taken from the report, so I'm going to go quickly so that you have to go and get that report, okay? So, this is doom and gloom, right? Am I being overly pessimistic, or are there brighter days ahead? In the worst case scenario, in my opinion, if no actions are taken, there will be an extinction event. Now, all these things are already happening, so this is not science fiction or seaweed fiction. These things are happening. Will the eukumatoids be any different? Remember, they are based on a tiny clonal basis. It's easy to predict that it will happen. What I can't say is when, but it's nature's way to weed out the weak, okay? Currently, the eukumatoids are well placed to be picked off due to their limited genetic base. It could be a virus, it could be a bacterium, it could be a fungus. We can wait and find out. Currently, the seaweed microbiome is known to contain both beneficial and pathogenic consortia. And it's just a case of balance as to which one of the beneficial or the pathogenic bacteria win out. But the point is, whether it's upstream, downstream, without raw materials, there are no value-added products. And I can't stress too much, I do think that we are on the brink of seeing serious collapse within these types of seaweeds unless we respond. And the Indonesian government is responding via the Tropical Seaweed Centre, and I expect that the global community to respond as well by producing a network of laboratories and people that will work together. Okay, so the international science community is prepared to unite and assist, and such an effort should focus on these activities. And to use an expression that I heard from Sri before, we'll either sink or swim, but the rising tide floats all boats. So if we all work together and we don't try and compete with one another, then it will be for the collective benefit of seaweed and it will be the collective benefit of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. So I think all the speakers here today had done a wonderful job in explaining to our novice seaweed attendants today. And it's very interesting, actually. I think we had conversations going from the upstream, the cultivation side of things, until the industry. So I will give a floor to the participants here. If you have, for the first one is 2 questions. But I do have also a question in mind as well, so you can answer this later. The question, the first one is, what do you think, the role of the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center, how can it be very applied and work direct with industry? That's the first question. And the second one is, how does the Indonesian government and others bring in the communities within this effort? Because as we know, the cultivation of seaweed is primarily right now is mostly community-based, but as we move forward towards the other things like large farming, how does the community benefit and how do we bring in community at forefront of this? And also not just communities, but youth and future researchers and industry leaders towards this journey as well. Those are my 2 questions to keep in mind for the panelists. And I will open the floor to 2 questions. Do we have anyone? Pak Victor? And another one, please.
Yeah, I'm Victor Niki Yulu from Konservasi Indonesia. While sitting back that, I just imagine about the application of seaweed as a substitute of carbohydrate. I don't know whether you have identified those kind of spaces that later on will be used to substitute rice, for instance. In our case, we are consuming more than 30 kilograms rice per capita per year. Annual consumption is about that, even more than that. So what I'm assuming about if we can have a kind of research in a way that we come up with the particular spaces that can potentially use as a seaweed substitute to rice substitute. Do you have any information about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Victor. A chance for another question from the audience? Please, Ibu.
Okay, check. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Maya from Seaweed Association. Hi, Mikey. The question is for you, actually. So I was wondering, have you done characterization of your seaweed regarding the chemical characteristic? Because you do a lot of propagation and generative reproduction. And secondly, have you applied commercially for the seed that you've been producing in the Philippines. Is that clear or not? That's okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The first question is,
The first question is about the characterization of the strains that you.
Gel strength from your seaweed. Because
yeah.
you've been-
What about the characterization?
Have you done it or not?
Yeah, we did several characterization like the amount of carbohydrate, proteins, and polyphenols. And we also did carrageenan yield and quality. So this is in collaboration with several partners, partners from the Philippines, from Cargill, and from Portugal. So we are trying to send out dried samples to different laboratories to compare the different methods. So to have a robust data. So yeah. And for the second question, if we have given it
Upselling, yeah, commercially or
for commercial-
upselling your...
no. So as of the moment, we are collaborating small scale with different seaweed farmers and try to cultivate them at sea and see if they are growing as much as what we are observing in the hatchery. So we haven't pinpointed yet the exact next super crop, if we could call it the next super crop, but we already have potential candidate species that has high growth rate comparable to the commercially cultivated strain. We are hoping that it is much more than the commercially cultivated strain, but the research is still undergoing and we still haven't recommended a new strain for commercial cultivation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sri, for the question about carp.
So to answer the question, can seaweed substitute foods? That's ongoing research. We already have some preliminary indication that they can be used in a substitute for noodles, nasi is still a way away.
Just an opinion on that. Seaweeds contain many unique sugars, and those sugars are actually quite difficult to digest by the animals and humans. However, if you convert those sugars through for some form of hydrolysis, whether that then becomes a biofertilizer, call it a biostimulant if you want, then you can add that to existing crop plants and get higher productivity. So I think it's approximately 50% of crops on land are actually wasted because of some form of disease. If you can alleviate that disease pressure, but also once the crop is in storage, if you can enhance its shelf life and also enhance the nutritional value of that crop, then I think that's a better use than trying to get people to eat seaweeds that would not normally, it's not a commodity, it's not a rice or a potato, but it might be converted through agricultural means to more palatable forms of material.
Maybe just to make a point that, as Alan already said, seaweed could not be a replacement for rice or potato. It will never be. And for example, we include seaweed as a component of making noodles. We also do that in the Philippines, but definitely we could not eat seaweed like rice or potato, as Alan said.
And do you want to, anyone want to answer about the question when the research center is going to be developed, how do Indonesia and others connect directly more closely to different industries, and how does communities and youth and young researchers can also participate in the next form of seaweed development?
I have, you know, when you talk about communities, one of the things that we have learned is that there are pockets of knowledge in the heads of seaweed farmers, which we are just discovering that, you know, for example, we have a seaweed farmer in our own farm, and they just knew how to make seaweed survive under certain conditions, how to clean it up. None of that knowledge is documented, and we just asked how you do it, and they actually showed us the technique. And it was so amazing. I mean, we wouldn't even have thought about how to do this. So there is a lot of indigenous knowledge in our farming community. I think we have to figure out a way of systematizing that. I mean, to even recognize that that knowledge is valuable needs an expert trained in seaweed biology who has struggled to answer those questions, and then you find that this farmer has a way of actually making these things survive. There is a lot of indigenous knowledge that needs to be somehow captured.
Yes, and in order to answer the same question as the Minister, Honorable Minister Morning mentioned, he would like to increase the Indonesians' algal productivity by, I think, 70 to 90 million US dollar. So in order to achieve that goal, I think definitely there is a need for the community participation. And starting with the research, I think when the institute is established, we need to, for example, Professor Michael has certain elite cultivars. So identifying those cultivars, maybe by applying some genetic approach sequencing and selecting some, maybe say we can say genetically superior strains, because as he mentioned, the global decline of the biomass among the seaweed. So considering the current challenges, if we identify those, first step is to identify commercially viable selective strains. And then when we start for farming, there we need more people. So there the Indonesian, more and more people get employment and get the opportunity to involve in this mega project. That is first about the community involvement. And with terms of long term about this institute, I think definitely research is an endless process. We will be continuing to do more and more research, and we'll be focusing on several directions, not only for like cultivation, we can go for the application value, some product development, and pharmaceutically applicable ingredients can be extracted. So in order to achieve that, we need to do a thorough, both like basic research as well as advanced molecular and genetic research. So the things will be going on simultaneously. One hand cultivation, then basic research, then applied research. I think everything will go hand in hand. That is how this institute could be playing a major or important role in the seaweed farming development in Indonesia.
So I think coming back to the point that you made about attracting young people, I think the seaweed industry as a farmer has to be seen as a career. And as a career, then we heard yesterday that in many areas of the world, seaweed farmers are men and they're getting older, and their sons and daughters do not necessarily go into seaweed farming as it's not necessarily seen as attractive. Some of the things that Professor Sri said earlier with the enhancing mechanization and the reduced labor effort, then I think that seaweed farming would be far more attractive to a much younger base of coastal dweller.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, if things go well, I think we will be seeing next revolution in segriculture. We can say sea plus agriculture, segriculture. Many countries are using this term.
Thank you. We have just one more slot for a question, please.
Thank you, Bu Irma. My name is Kimoraza from Pertamina Technology. Very nice session. So I have a couple of questions, basically from Alan and Sri Kumar and Professor Michael. In Pertamina, we are interested to produce basically two things. One is the fuel, the bioethanol. The second one is the chemicals, which is like squalene or omega-3, right? So, so far, we are trying to get the best species, the best strains for these two purposes. However, unlike in biomass, we haven't got the the good news yet. I mean, in biomass, as we know that in vegetable oil, we have palm oil, yeah, which is far superior above soya, above others. Yeah. Similarly, now for biomass with sugary feedstock, we also have certain species that we are targeting now. However, we haven't get good progress yet. So related to Dr. Sunil, for instance, you have one slide about the lipid, how to get the highest lipid. Any breakthrough? I mean, what is the best lipid that we can get from seaweed? That's the first question. And then secondly, with the similar purpose, what are the best feedstock for us in case we want to produce bioethanol from seaweeds? And of course, for Alan and Sri Kumar and Professor Michael, while we are studying the squalene challenges are not only with the cultivations, but also with the downstreaming. I mean, we are struggling to find the appropriate and cheap technology which can be scaled up for the separations of the squalene. So any insight or any advice from you? Thank you very much.
Because mine is small question, I can answer first. Regarding the lipid production you have asked, yes. So that study was not conducted on seaweed actually, it was on microalgae, Nanochlorapsis. So they used CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing to overexpress one particular gene, and that has helped to enhance the lipid production almost 4 times. But of course, as you mentioned, similar research should be conducted on seaweed as well, but it has not been implemented yet. But in future, if maybe this institute, we can conduct similar research to overexpress similar gene in seaweed as well, I think we can expect at least, not the 4-fold high, at least similar result, but of course that need to be conducted in future. So far there is no specific study to enhance the lipid production by genetically modifying on seaweed. There is no such studies. Yes. So similar thing, of course, genetic manipulation or identifying key genes involved in bioethanol, or you can say biofuel or some particular chemicals you are interested in, that can be also achieved. But in order to do that, we need to first understand the whole mechanism of its production. Simply knowing that this particular algae produce very high amount of this chemical is not enough. That's why I mentioned, we need to sequence the genome, we need to understand the whole process. Like for the basic study, we need to understand the whole growth phase of the seaweed. Similarly, to produce some specific component, we must understand the whole pathway of its production. Then only we can achieve that. That's my point. Thank you.
So as far as I know, there are no seaweed species in which the significant quantities of lipid have been found. As far as making ethanol or other fuels from seaweed is considered, I think you have to just treat seaweed biomass as a source of carbohydrate, just like the way you would treat land plants. The big difference is that the land plants are primarily polymers of glucose. Whether you take starch or cellulose, they are polymers of glucose. Seaweeds, at least the kind of seaweeds that we grow, whether it's agar or carrageenan, are polymers of galactose. Okay? There is very little biology that is known on how to ferment galactose to ethanol, especially in the presence of salt, which is what all this biomass will be. It doesn't mean that such biology doesn't exist. I mean, we have found strains that can ferment seaweed galactose to ethanol in the presence of seawater. But what is missing in this whole ecosystem, is if you look at the starch, if you look at the ethanol industry, it started with fermenting grapes. Then it started with fermenting sugarcane juice. They are all readily metabolizable sugars. It took a while for the entire biotechnology industry to invent enzymes that could break down starch to glucose. And that's where big companies like Novozymes and Genencor made their fortunes. Then it took a lot of, we're still struggling with 2G ethanol because those starch and cellulose, both are made of glucose. The only difference between starch and cellulose is the way two glucose molecules are joined to each other. You know, in one case, it's what we call as an alpha 1,4 linkage, where the glucose molecules are right next to each other. And in the other case, every alternate glucose molecule is in another way. It's called a beta 1,4 linkage. And that makes so much difference that you had to invent a whole lot of new enzymes, and people are still struggling to make that cost effective. How to convert cellulose to glucose. And then once you convert it to glucose, of course, you can use the traditional yeast. When you come to a seaweed like this, where the fundamental building block itself is galactose, it is also a 6-carbon sugar, but then we have to rally the whole industrial chain together. We have to take, first of all, we have to convince people that the seaweed is the huge biomass feedstock of the future. Because there are enough calculations and more done by oil companies like yourselves and other companies to show that if you take all of the waste feedstock on this world, on this planet, you will not substitute more than 30% of your fuels with it. And that's the end of it. Where are we going to go for the rest of it? Because we still have to feed a growing population of 9 billion. And there are some companies that have recognized that roadblock is coming as soon as 2030. There is zero extra feedstock available because given this pressure of sustainability, every large oil company is under pressure to go towards sustainability. And every large oil company is going after the same waste biomass on this planet. And there is a very finite amount of it. And some oil companies have figured out that this is not going to work. And therefore, they're looking at seaweed very, very seriously.
Thank you, Shri, for that explanation. And thank you all our amazing speakers today. I know that they are available here today as well during the lunch and others if you want to reach out and ask and have some conversations with them. I think today's panel, this first panel has been very interesting. It's very interesting for me, definitely. I think we know that the seaweed is one of the key commodities and could be the future of many solutions for combating climate change, like replacement for fuel, replacement for plastic, and other sources of commodity that can be used in different industries. And I think with this particular discussions that we have today, we can see what are some of the potential solutions, but there are many challenges, especially in terms of the cultivation on the productivity and resilience, the issues and the challenges around the industry, and making sure that if this were to be used in many different applications, the costs have to be reduced, right? So the solutions are there, the opportunities are there, the potential for job creations, for innovation is massive. So we want to again congratulate the Indonesian government today to taking the lead to develop this research center for the tropical seaweed. And please welcome me to also to congratulate all our amazing speakers today, and have a good afternoon for the next two panels. And please join me to congratulate all the speakers today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our amazing moderator and also inspiring speaker. Please remain on stage. Please all rise, Excellencies, on stage, as there will be a token of appreciation for all the speakers. And for that, I would like to invite Ibu Vivi Yulaswati, Deputy for Maritime and Natural Resources, to please hand over the token of appreciation for our amazing speakers. Once again, please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all amazing speakers. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your insight, and also your idea regarding to the topic of our first panel discussion, innovative approach to combat climate change and commercial opportunities in Indonesia's seaweed biodiversity. Wow, there's a special souvenir from Bali as the token of appreciation as well to all the speakers. and also amazing moderator today. Thank you for Miss Mezani Irma Diani. Thank you so much for lead this session amazingly. And also thank you for all the participants for the kind participations. Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we witness together. This is the handover of token of appreciation for all the amazing speakers on our first panel discussion this afternoon. Once again, please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our honorable speakers and moderator receiving kain endek, that's a traditional custom from Bali. And please continue with the photo session. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Ibu Vivi, Yulaswati, and also the moderators, also the speakers. You may return to your seat. Thank you, Ibu. Thank you, moderator, and also the speakers for amazing and fruitful discussion this afternoon. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a time to ask for enjoying the lunch session. After this, you may please proceed to the garden restaurant for enjoying your lunch for 1 hour. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, after this, please enjoy your lunch at the Gading restaurant. And please be gathered again here 1 hour, start from now. So we will continue our second panel discussion at 1 p.m. Bali time, ladies and gentlemen. But with all due respect, as our event can run smoothly, I would like to invite everyone to please be here again before 1 p.m. Bali time. Thank you everyone and enjoy your lunch.
You're listening to Chill Your Mind Radio. You're listening to Chill Your Mind Radio.
These days I just wanna leave my worries behind. These days I just wanna go wherever you behind. Pack your bags, don't forget your car key. Just know the way you don't need to know me. Raise my hand singing young, wild and free. There's no limit to us, you and me. When we're driving with the top down, no clouds, only us and the view. Beach day, bigger waves, diving into your blue. Keep the top down, one night, feel the breeze with you. Beach day, each day. Let's break, drink a lemonade by the Hollywood sign. Sun-kissed, every day's a bliss with your hip by my side. Put on the radio and play the song I just wanna call you mine. When we're driving with the top down, no clouds, only us and the view. Beach day, bigger waves. Feel the
been searching for the worst thing to make this right. God only knows it. Step by step I take the climb. When your heart feels broken, you're only human, low on our faded highs. Like I'm lost in a forest, lose my mind for this, begging for you and I. Say my name, cause it's too late, too late, too late to fall back on my mistakes. Yeah, say my name, cause it's too late, too late, too late to fall back on my mistakes. My mistakes, so say my name. Tired of waiting, I've said sorry so many times. And I've caught myself failing in every way that you can find. Yeah. When your heart feels broken and you're only human, low on our faded highs. I'm lost in a forest, lose my mind for this, begging for you and I. Say my name, cause it's too late, too late, too late to fall back on my mistakes. Yeah, say my name, cause it's too late, too late, too late to fall back on my mistakes. My mistakes, so say my name. Seconds, the hours, the white flag is ours. I'll be gone in an instant. You forget like you missed it, but I'm older and bolder to fight for my corner. I'm always sure. Say my name, cause it's too late, too late, too late to fall back on my mistakes. Say my name, cause it's too late, too late, too late to fall back on my mistakes. Yeah, say my name, cause it's too late, too late, too late to fall back on my mistakes. My mistakes, so say my name. I can't get enough of this drug that they call love. I need. You came from above, your wings wider than a dove. I need you, I need you.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky.
I need you, I need you. I can wait another minute, I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream every moment that I spend with you, with you. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky.
listening to Chill Your Mind Radio. to Chill Your Mind Radio.
run around, chase all my dreams. Will you come with me tonight? Be my firefly, my firefly, my firefly, my. Come with me, give me a light, oh, give me a light, give me a light, oh, I can see.
Wasting all my life, I'm feeling unsure. Wiping up the dust, it's gonna be hard. Don't worry about me, people, I know the cure. I got a plan to bring it back to me. Starting today, I'm gonna be seen. She will notice me, I'm gonna make sure. Looking at her, looking at her, looking at her. Heard it 1,000 times, all good in paradise. I'm gonna roll the dice, it's gonna be us, it's gotta be us, yeah. So let me simplify, soon I'll be stopping by. Take you to paradise, it's gonna be us, it's gonna be us, yeah. Wasting all my life, I'm feeling unsure. Wiping up the dust, it's gonna be hard. Don't worry about me, people, I know the cure. Heard it 1,000 times, all good in paradise. I'm gonna roll the dice, it's gonna be us, it's gotta be us, yeah. So let me simplify, soon I'll be stopping by. Take you to paradise, it's gonna be us, it's gonna be us, yeah. All good in paradise. I'm gonna roll the dice. It's gonna be us, it's gotta be us, yeah. So let me simplify. Soon I'll be stopping by. Take you to paradise. It's gonna be us, it's gonna be us, yeah.
with you. We're floating away, and then I knew there was no time to say I love you. And even if we wouldn't spend our lives together, that's when I knew I regret it. If we don't spend our lives together, I just know I will regret it. Yeah, 'cause we got a little case of can't live with now without you, know. So even if I wanna let it go, I can't 'cause you're my all. We'll be driving uphill for the rest of our time. I can't, I'll lose my mind. Take me away to Paris or Spain. We can pretend that we're not expired. I love you. Still, I'm holding my breath. But if we don't spend our lives together, I just know I will regret it. If we don't spend our lives together, I just know I will regret it. Yeah, 'cause we got a little case of can't live with now without you, know. So even if I wanna let it go, I can't 'cause you're my all. We'll be driving uphill for the rest of our time. I can't, I'll lose my mind. They always say the grass is greener on the other side. That I am a sinner, 'cause I wanna see what's beyond the horizon. Still wanna see, just need to find the golden balance. So even if I wanna let it go, I can't 'cause you're my all. We'll be driving uphill for the rest of our time. I can't, I'll lose my mind. If we don't spend our lives together, I just know I will regret it. Yeah, 'cause we got a little case of can't live with now without you, know.
I never should have told you this, but I got all fucked up. I never should have wrote you that, but I was so fucked up. So I've been thinking lately, could get a little crazy. Lie and say you love me, can do the same. And you've been dreaming about me, the things your man just can't be. Those nights when you feel lonely, you speak my name. And she knows I've been on the road, fucking other. I think that she knows. And you still think that I'm a star, spending all my money on shoes and guitars. I probably should have walked away, but I got all fucked up. All you had to do was stay, but I was so fucked up, fucked If life was like a movie, I swear that I rewind it. Imagine all the crazy shit we could do. I don't want you to love me, just want you to touch me. Why we always fading at 3 a.m. And she knows I've been on the road, fucking other. I think that she knows. And you still think that I'm a star, spending all my money on shoes and guitars. Yeah, I can tell that you've been crying all night and drunk all summer. Mixing up the vibes, two things you I never thought I'd see the sun again. I was living all wrong, and now it's finally coming to an end. And every day I'm with you is another day, and I can celebrate and feel alive. And every night I'm with you is another night where the darkness gets replaced with light. I can't get better than this. I got the world at my fingertips. I see the big picture in your smile. I can't get better than this. I'm so ready for this. I can see tomorrow in your eyes. Your eyes. Your eyes. See the big picture in your smile. Your smile. Your smile. I can see tomorrow in your eyes. And I've been waiting so long, I never thought that I'd be fun again. Now I finally belong. It feels so good not having to pretend. All my dreams are coming true. My dreams are coming true. All I care about is pleasing you. Pleasing you. And I can see you feel the same. Let's spend some time together, start brand new. And every day I'm with you is another day, and I can celebrate and feel alive. Feel alive. And every night I'm with you is another night where the darkness gets replaced with light. I can't get better than this. I got the world at my fingertips. I see the big picture in your smile. I can't get better than this. I'm so ready for this. I can see tomorrow in your eyes. Every day I'm with you is another day, and I can celebrate and feel in your smile. Every night I'm with you is another night where the darkness gets replaced with your eyes. But I'm falling just for you. I know I'm falling for you, for you.
sunny day. It's so bright, so bright, so bright. It's a sunny day. It's so bright, so bright, it's so bright. It's a sunny day. Let's take a walk in the woods. Take your mind off, yeah, you should. Let's take a walk up to the moon. Take your mind off, yeah, you should. Come on, darling, follow me, you will see. Come on, baby, today is a good day. 'Cause it's a sunny day. It's so bright, so bright, so bright. It's a sunny day. It's so bright, so bright, it's so bright. It's a sunny day. Darling, follow me, you will see. Come on, baby, today is a good day. 'Cause it's a sunny day. It's so bright, so bright, so bright. It's a sunny day. It's so bright, so bright, it's so bright. It's a sunny day.
you won't believe. Sat in the Amazon with voltage running through her skin. Standing there with nothing on. Ooh, she gonna teach me how to swim. Ooh, girl, shock me like an electric eel. Baby girl, turn me on with your electric feel. Electric feel.
You don't think I could just be your friend? That is just not possible. You don't think I could just be your man? Have to know what I know. I'm not traditional. What I do for you, you what do for me. You wanna give this a go? Then you can meet me in the middle. But I don't think I could just be your friend. That is just not possible. Yeah, I don't think I could just be your man. Have to know what I know. Not traditional. What I do for you, you want to for me. You wanna give this a go? Then you can meet me in the middle. But I don't think I could just be your friend. That is just not possible. Yeah, I don't think I could just be your man. Have to know what I know. Not traditional. What I do for you, you what do for me. You wanna give this a go? Then you can meet me in the middle. But I don't think I could just be your friend.
A very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to each and every one of you. As we will continue our panel discussion shortly, I would like to invite all the distinguished participants who are still at the foyer area. You may please enter the ballroom and kindly have a seat as we would like to start our second panel discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have interpreter system. So for those of participants who needs interpreter tools, we provide at the back of this room. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have interpreter system. So for those of you, all the participants who needs the interpreter tools, we provide at the back of this room. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as now we are ready to start our second panel discussion, I would like to invite all the distinguished participants who are available here with us. Please have a seat as now we are ready to start our second panel discussion. Thank you.
You're listening.
Once again, a very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our special event this afternoon, seminar on accelerating the upstream-downstream integration of the seaweed industry and launching of the International Tropical Seaweeds Research Center. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to start our second panel discussion. Thank you so much. How was your lunch? Great, amazing. I do hope everyone are enjoying and have a good lunch experience here with us at Merusaka, Nusa Dua Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that in every meeting or seminar events, after the lunchtime will be a very critical time. So I would like to invite everyone to bringing back your focus on to our second panel discussion. But before that, may I have your attention, please? Yes, thank you. When I say good morning, you have to clap your hand one time. Let's try. Good morning. Only one time. Okay, good morning. When I say good afternoon, you have to clap your hand second times. Let's try. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What about a good night? Good night, you have to pretend that you want to clap your hand, but do not let your right and also your left hand touch each other. Like that. Okay, thank you. Let's try again. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good night. I can still hear someone here clapping their hands. Okay, let's try again. Good night. Let's try again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good night. Amazing. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So now, I think each and every one of you are ready to start our second panel discussion. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce to you our moderator on our second panel discussion. She is a very beautiful and smart, so I would like to welcome to you. She was the Executive Director of Indonesian Seaweed Association, and now she is the Research and Development Indonesian Seaweed Association. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator. This is Dr. Maya Puspita.
Greetings, everyone. Are you still with me? Okay, so I would like to say hello to Mr. Firman and Professor Mikey and Mr. Sweet, because we've been having this conversation from last year, especially with Mikey. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for still be here. Wait a moment. I'm confused because I need to prepare the name of the panelists. So, welcome again and thank you for staying with us in the second session. So, I would like to give a small introduction of why we are doing this session. As you may know that as an archipelagic country, seaweed becomes a source of livelihood for the coastal communities. And the presence of seaweed indeed plays an important role for the poverty alleviation for the marginalized communities. So that is why seaweed has been considered as our national strategic commodity in Indonesia. For this session, there will be 5 panelists who will be joining us shortly. And in this session, we will comprehensively discuss about the seaweed industries, the market trends, and as well as the financing opportunities along with their role in Indonesian seaweed industry development through their programs. So, I hope that in this session we will learn comprehensively as well from our neighboring country on the technology and also to unlock a potential collaboration, if possible, for the interests of Indonesian seaweed industry development. So, without further ado, allow me to present and to welcome our panelists to the stage. The first one is Miss Ye Wuxin, from the Xiamen University. She's representing the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs of the People's Republic of China. To Miss Ye, I would like to welcome you to the stage. Our second panelist is Dr. Victor Niki Julu. He is from the Konservasi Indonesia. To Mr. Victor, please. For our third panelist is Mr. McDonnie Wadat Nagasan. He's the president of Indonesian Association of Seaweed Industries, also known as ASTRULI. Pak Doni. There's some mistakes on the, we apologize. Fourth will be Mr. Vikas Chaduri from the World Bank. We would like to welcome you on stage, please. Last but not least, please welcome Professor Choi Han Gil from the Faculty of Biological Science and Sea and Biotech of Wang University. Okay, so all the panelists are here. So I won't delay anymore, but gently reminder for all the panelists, because the committee has just informed me, we only have like 10 minutes more or less. So if you pass the time, unfortunately, I need to cut you up. I hope you don't mind. And the question and answer session will be available after the last panelist. So for the first panelist, we would like to welcome Miss Ye or Wuxin. So the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm Ye Wuxin from Xiamen University. And thanks for inviting me here today. And today my presentation is suggestions for joint research on tropical seaweed between China and Indonesia. And my presentation includes 4 parts: current situation of seaweed import in China, work status of seaweed research, and cooperation network. And the last part is the prospect for future. And firstly, let's see the statistics of main seaweed production countries. We can see that China and Indonesia accounts for the majority of global seaweed production. And in Indonesia also needs a quick increase on seaweed production. And in 2021, China imported a large number of seaweed from Indonesia, totaling 151.3 thousand tons. The majority of these imports consists of Capaficus and Euchmart, which accounts for 76.21% of the total. This data highlights a significant reliance on Indonesia for seaweed, particularly for Capaficus and Euchmart, which are crucial for various industrial applications in China. And next, I will introduce our work on seaweed research. And Capaficus aerobraside is a seaweed known for its rich diversity. It exhibits a wide range of colors and variations in morphology. The different forms of Capaficus aerobraside highlights its adaptability and extensive diversity. And in our lab, we have developed molecular biology techniques to identify seaweed species and evaluate population genetic structure. These techniques include IMAP and DNA barcoding methods. And these diagrams and sequences on the right illustrate the genetic analysis, including sequence lines and phylogenetic trees. Using samples of Capaficus elvisi from Indonesia collected between 2010 and 2012, we sequenced the mitochondria and plastid genomes. The sequencing was performed using the Illuminat High Sequence 2000 platform and PacBio RS2 platform. Our analysis revealed that 22 protein coding genes are common to 14 species of red algae. And this slide represents the organelle genome databases of algae developed by our lab. The OGDA includes data on 920 species across 11 phyla, encompassing 1,324 plastic genomes and 973 mitochondrial genomes. And this slide represents the genomics of Capaficus elvisi using the Pram5OA sequencing platform, comparing the red and green strands. The scaffold length is 350.84 MB for the red strands and 305.21 MB for the green strands. The scaffold N50 is 2,924.74 kb for the red strands and 1,639.10 kb for the green strand. This data highlights the differences in genome assembly metrics between the two strands. And mannitol 1 phosphate is converted to mannitol by the enzyme M1PA. In the synthesis pathway for Florida starch, alpha-glucan is converted to glucose, which is then transported to Florida starch. Phosphate is converted to fluoridoside by the enzyme TPP. Key intermediates in metabolic pathways include glucose 6-phosphate and fructose 6-phosphate. The synthesis of the trehalose involves the conversion of UDP glucose through the enzyme TPS to form trehalose 6-phosphate, which is then converted to trehalose by TPP. D-galactose is transported into various types of carrageenan through the action of specified enzymes. Capaficus elvisi has strong abilities to acquire nitrogen from the environment through various forms like nitrate, ammonium, and urea. Its gene data shows a complete map of nitrogen metabolism pathways detailing how nitrogen is transported and processed in the vacuole, chloroplastic, and mitochondria. In our future efforts, we aim to improve Capaficus elvisi cultivation by focusing on several key areas: breeding better varieties and increasing breeding efficiency, using sand net to protect crops from enemy fish, and studying ice diseases to develop effective treatments, implementing standardized draft farming to optimize practices. And we are now working on developing China-ASEAN seaweed cooperation network. We have already gained support from intergovernment organizations, social organizations such as Indonesia Seaweed Association and the Seaweed Industry Association Philippines. And some Indonesia universities, for example, General Sudirman University, Diponegoro University, and the University of Matalan. Apart from cooperating with ASEAN universities and associations, we also work hard on building a good relationship with the government. This picture shows that we briefed Indonesia government about our projects and progress. We have successfully co-organized many offline meetings to deepen the cooperation on seaweed farming technology and industry. Because of pandemic, there is a vacancy between 2019 to 2022, but in last year, we have pushed forward this tradition. And during this year, we maintained a close contact with Indonesia social associations. The right picture shows the establishment of the Southeast Asia-China Seaweed Cooperation Network Office under the support of the Indonesia Seaweed Association and the Seaweed Industry Association Philippines. We also completed the construction of 3 seaweed demonstration bases in Indonesia. Each of them has 0.67 hectares. During these years, we also encouraged Chinese enterprises to further promote their international trade and set factories abroad to share advanced farming methods. And both those two companies have already built seaweed plants in Indonesia, boosting local employment and tax revenues for local governments. According to the prospects for future, we are planning to work on these research projects with Indonesia universities and research institutions, also Indonesia governments. And this is a mind map of the current situation and the future planning in technical drawing research. It would be better if we focus on breeding and seedling cultivation, disease prevention, and control technology. New breeding models, resource band expansions, technical aquaculture and standardize, talent development, and academic exchange and discussions. Across a wide variety of seaweed products, it is important that we pay more attention to the final products like seaweed food, cosmetics, and health products, etc. And that's all for my presentation today. Thanks for inviting me here today again. Thank you.
Thank you, Wushin, for the presentation. So I just will go directly to our next panelist, Dr. Victor. The time is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I will share with you Konservasi Indonesia or KI intervention in working or collaboration with the government and including local government and the community in supporting Indonesian seaweed program. So my presentation will be cover 3 main subjects. One is bioecological aspect, and the second one is the community or social aspect, and the last one is the financial or economic aspect. Basically, those 3 components that will be integrated will be integrated in my presentation, and I intentionally package those 3 components into one simple phrase, which is social enterprise. So basically, I'm talking about social enterprise in seaweed farming or seaweed industry. Ladies and gentlemen, by social enterprise, it refers to an enterprise or a business entity, either micro, small, medium, even large scale, with specific objective in social and environmental aspect. Previously, when someone talk about social enterprise, they always refer to how the enterprise include social component into their enterprise. But right now, not only social aspect, but environmental aspect. So if you're talking about social enterprise, it means that the enterprise or the company is not only profit maximizer, but also trying to maximize the social and environmental objective. So meaning that social enterprise is have a multiple objectives and trying to balancing those multiple objectives, which is basically eco-biological aspect, social and community aspect, and the last one is the financial or economy aspect. So I will shortly explain about Konservasi Indonesia intervention in promoting social enterprise in the seaweed farming or seaweed industry in Indonesia. Sorry. A little bit about the background of seaweed in Indonesia. This slide has been explained by the minister this morning, but basically these slides illustrate about the economic aspect, the economic size of seaweed in Indonesia. This one also explained by the minister this morning about the potential of seaweed farming in Indonesia. And you can see from the slide that basically all over Indonesia, even in this slide, only the main 10 provinces are illustrated. But all over Indonesia, and the minister said this morning that we have a lot of resources, and the resources that has been used only about 0.8% or less than 1%. It is according to his presentation this morning. And this just show that we have a huge capacity to develop seaweed industry in Indonesia. Even you go to Jakarta, even in the Jakarta province, our capital, you still find seaweed farming. Of course, in Pulau Seribu, here in Bali, you still find seaweed farming. All over Indonesia, there's a potential, and how those potential can be used to develop our seaweed industry. Okay, this is basically kind of intervention. Also, a little bit explained by the minister this morning that they have an ongoing program right now of having kind of a pilot in Sulawesi, southeast Sulawesi, and there is a large-scale intervention to develop a pilot, like 50 hectares of farming. Then there is another program which is quite big in order to achieve the target of 12 million ton production by end of this year. And the second program is they call it seaweed village, integrated seaweed village, or kampung rumput laut. And all over Indonesia there are 41 regency or district where seaweed villages are located. This is basically intervention by the government in order to achieve 12.33 million ton production of seaweed. That's basically the background, and I will go to our intervention, Konservasi Indonesia Seaweed Program. I should mention that we don't have a special program on seaweed. Basically, we incorporated seaweed program in other program. We have several program or many program, and whenever there is a chance for us to include seaweed in those program, and we always take that as an opportunity to promote seaweed. And basically, we can group our program into these four main aspects. One is seed bank or seeding development. Second one is we try to combine between, as I mentioned before, in terms of under the umbrella of social enterprise. So we try to combine protection and production. By protection and production, it means that we develop a seaweed program within the area which are well managed, or we can say that well protected. Under the protection regime, we develop our program, and seaweed is one of the program in which seaweed become a livelihood of the community, depending or living within the protected area or the conserved area. That's basically the second component. The third one is social enterprise. I will explain about our way in developing social enterprise and seaweed, of course. And the last one, which is very important, is CI Venture, a global program. Our partner institution at the global level is Conservation International, and there is a program. It is not a global program, but I can say regional program, which is focused in the CTI CFF, Coral Triangle Initiative CFF program, which is including Indonesia and other 5 countries. So we have that program. We just introduced that program about 2-3 years ago, and it's continued. Unfortunately, the program is start to develop in Indonesia, and we hope that by end of this presentation, when we discuss, we can identify how that program can be developed in Indonesia, especially in developing social, as I said before, social enterprise. Okay, this morning also, this morning session also, little bit we discuss about that, about the seedling program, seed banking program, and collaborating with the University of Mataram. Dr. Eka is here and he will share about that result. Mike also shared about that result this morning. But we collaborated with the University of Mataram and the two universities in East Nusa Tenggara provinces, the University of Nusa Cendana and the University of Arca Wacana, Christian University of Arca Wacana. With those two universities, we try to understand the condition, bioecological condition of seaweed industry in Nusa Tenggara, focusing on Nusa Tenggara, supported by West Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, and supported by University of Mataram. And we identified the area potentially to develop seaweed industry and understanding social economic condition, even including also the local policy, like underlying policy, local policy on how those policies supporting seaweed development. So that's basically a survey we carry out, and we come up with the strain species that potentially develop in the area. Dr. Eka has sent also some samples to be started cultivated in East Nusa Tenggara. But our next program that we have discussed with the government of East Sumba, and one of the government East Sumba is official is here in the room. We discussed about our potential next intervention, which will be development of a local seedling bank, and we will use Regency-owned enterprise, the existing Regency-owned enterprise, or BUMD or BUMD, and helping government in the capacity building of the community and how to provide the supporting regulation, especially regulation regarding the use of seedling, because we understand that the existing seed that are used right now, is all seed that have been used repeatedly for many years. So basically our intervention in this will be in that regard. Another approach is seascape or protected area approach. We are now have a program in the Birdhead Seascape, the western part of West Papua, and the Lesser Sunda, which is including Bali, West Nusa Tenggara, and East Nusa Tenggara. We try to see the connectivity as the variable or component that I mentioned before: social aspect, economic aspect, biological aspect, technical aspect, including policy and regulation. But one intervention which is very important to underline is we provide financing scheme to the local community, to the small scale farmers to improve or to do the farming within the protected area. So our approach is there is a protected area or conserved area, and within the conserved area there is a utilized zone. So how we promote the utilization zone, the utilized zones are used for the seaweed farming. So basically the approach is that seascape approach, where seaweed farming is one of the livelihood within those seascape. This is the third intervention I mentioned before. From the environmental point of view, there are coral positive seaweed program that we introduce by less use of plastic and recycling principles. And then, as I said, we develop seedling as an input, very important input factor by collaborating with the existing local enterprise or local owned enterprise. And then we are supporting also the processing company, one of the processing company, which is established like more than 5 years ago, and we are working with them by the name of PT Astil, and it is located in Sumba. So we are working with them in order that their capacity can be developed and they can have a bigger size of business. So social enterprise is one of our intervention. This is the kind of our intervention. We work with the coordinating ministry, with the BRIN, and with the C6 in carry out survey in Lombok. I think this is one of our intervention in order to support our program in the Lesser Sunda seascape, and it will be continue in the next. Especially our intervention will be how to capacitate local farmers so they can become a good contributor to this program, the program that will be developed in Ekas Bay. That's the third one, and the last one, which is very important, is about CI venture. As I said before, at the global level or even at the regional level, we have a regional level. It refers to just the three main areas in the world. One of which is Southeast Asian program, which is basically as an effort to support the CTI CFF by the name of the CI Venture. So we have a program, CI Venture, which is basically a subsidized program, revolving program by promoting. There are two interventions basically. If you are talking about CI, about seaweed. One is under the name of philanthropic program. So we provide this amount of money at the maximum in order to promote, starting from the beginning. We call it early stage intervention, early stage company, and basically it is in order to like a startup. Like to provide intervention for those to start their enterprises. So basically we have that, and it is, as I said before, it is philanthropic principle. And so far there are two companies or two social enterprise. One is Coast for Sea, seaweed aquaculture, and this is we provide this for the recovery of the coastal area, including seaweed infrastructure. Hit and damage by typhoon in the Philippines happened in the 2022. So we support that program, intervention through the Coastal Seafood Program, and they provide financial assistance and working with the seaweed farmer to rebuild their business. So basically that one example. Another example is that under the name of the settling, sorry, I should here, settling. This is also in the Philippines. We have this program which is focused on seed. So how to find a seed and working with the community to bring the seed to the community, socialize the seed to the community, find the best seed and bringing it to the community. Basically, we have those two. We can say small scale, categorize them as a small scale intervention. Financial intervention. That's number one. The number two is supporting the Blue Economic Program as a whole. So we have a larger program, and it covers not only seaweed. The list of the coverage of the program, including other program which is dealing with the coastal or marine resources. There's a technology for smallholder fishers, sustainable production within the blue carbon, which is dealing with the mangrove and seagrass ecosystem, coral reef reduction, and circular economy. It's dealing with the marine debris, marine plastic. So here we have program that cover under the blue economic umbrella. We have program where resilient seaweed supply chain is one of these. And at the right hand side, you will see a pie chart over there, and like 20 25% of the program will be dedicated for seaweed, and more than 60% will be in this region. So there's a huge opportunity for us to develop, and kind of our intervention is, of course, debt, loan, and it can be equity, and it also can be other part of financing mechanism that should be discussed with the company. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically those are the intervention of Konservasi Indonesia. It is just start program. We just started this program like 3 years ago, but it is getting bigger and bigger, and we hope that we will have a more contribution to this country seaweed industry program. That's I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Victor. So our next panelist will be Pak Doni. The floor is yours, Pak. And less than 10 minutes, if possible. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you, Dr. Maya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Bisa? Okay. Okay. I'm honored to be here, surrounded by many great people here, great speakers. I hope I can deliver at par. Okay, I was given this opportunity to talk about opportunities and challenges of seaweed-based hydrocolloid in the global market, but from the Indonesian perspective. Okay, to give you an overview, here are the number of seaweed processors last updated in 2022. So only hydrocolloid processors, yeah? So we have around 50 to 60 processors. 22 of them has been our member. Okay, and we have total installed capacity around 197,000 tons per year of consumption of dried seaweed as raw material. So out of this, around 10 are government owned, and kerajinan processors around 60%, while the rest processing agar as well as both of them. Okay, maybe some of you may not know what is the application of kerajinan. So here are some applications that you can see. Most is applied in the meat products, about 30% of the usage, and then dairy products rank second. 33%, which has been highlighted in yellow, is 23% is non-food application. The bioplastic and biofertilizer, biostimulants will fall under this category. Okay, here is some graphic to show you about the prices. I have underlined these three items, seaweed-based hydrocolloids. So if you can see, kerajinan is, in terms of value, it has a share of 8% out of the total hydrocolloid, while the agar on the right side here is around 3%. Yeah, we are just ranked number 8 or even 11 from the whole list of hydrocolloid. Okay, in this graphic also you can see the trend of hydrocolloid from gelatin base, which is the biggest market share in hydrocolloid. And if you can see here, the proportion is more or less falling in the same ratio. Unless there is a certain endemic or something that suddenly there's a research telling that, okay, this particular gum is no longer able to be used for food consumption, maybe it will change. Okay, just briefly tell you that there are 3 kinds of kerajinan, the kappa, the iota, and lambda, for different kind of applications and different characteristics with the gelling and non-gelling effects. Okay. Okay, this is for agar. The market size of agar is recorded at around 300 million euro in 2021. And the market size is growing according to the population growth also. So there is very little discrepancy on growth. If, for example, if we try, there are some movement of growing more seaweed. Well, for different applications, maybe it's relevant, but to cater for the food industries, it is following the population grow. Okay, and the last point here is the global agar market is concentrated with the global top 3 manufacturing companies that is holding a share of about 50%. So 3 large processors of agar-agar is holding half of the global market. Okay, there are these growing trends in Europe for clean label, for example, and more natural ingredients, and then asking for more sustainable source and transparency, traceability. Okay, also plant-based hydrocolloids to cater for the vegans, the vegan movements. And also climate change is affecting the seaweed farming for our industry. Okay, we have made metrics with 10 conditions, because this is like opening a Pandora, whereby every condition, depending on from which angle we want to see the conditions. I'm putting myself in the shoes of seaweed processors in Indonesia. Okay, we see number 1 here. The nomenclature, the term UPI, or unit process ikan, is being used to us as a seaweed processor with all these criteria of inspections following fish criteria. So this is overspec in our opinion. Maybe if we can have a different term for us, for seaweed, because seaweed is regarded as a lower risk product when it's processed. And number 2 is the organic status of seaweed. In USA, the NAOSB is always reviewing kerajinan and agar. And the next review will be in 2026. And I think all of us in the food industry should follow, join hand in hand so that this hydrocolloid is not being delisted, because the threat is being delisted. Yeah. And number 3 is according to the government regulations, PP 36/2023 is putting the industry in the value-added industry in a difficult position, because 30% of the income from the foreign exchange is mandatory retained blocked for 3 months. Okay, for the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center, the opportunities we see is that there will be more genetic mapping for each seaweed, and it can be registered, and application of new potential seaweed such as the Halimania and Ulva could be explored. But of course the threat is the risk of losing native seaweed identity. And for Nagoya Protocol, I'm sorry, I have to delete this because I've discussed with some colleague here that this has been in place. Okay, the condition about growing green, more biodegradable packaging, biostimulants. The opportunities is that more and more purpose for hydrocolloid applications for these new needs, but we are competing for the same raw material, food for packaging as well as for biostimulant. Earlier this morning from C6, the speaker from C6 Energy also stated that there is a growth of the need of escalating, amplify the seaweed farm to cater for the new needs. Because we in the hydrocolloid, we are very afraid to compete in terms of the seaweed price when there is no availability. Commercial trade and ecosystem, this is about the balance of price. What we need is stable supply, stable price. But the challenge is that when the price is going up because the supply is not enough, many speculators are entering into the system and they are amplifying the effect. And if we remember in 2022, the price of cottony increased 3 times. 3 times, and I hope it will not be repeated again. Next, number 7, we have put in here niche and mass product application. So the opportunity is we have to cater for the niche market, more natural, clean label, attending the lifestyle, the new lifestyle of seaweed processed materials versus the synthetic. Okay. For the threat is that more and more industry is using more economical hydrocolloid choices. The fermented ones, such as the jalan gum, maybe is the future to replace the seaweed-based hydrocolloids. Number 8 is about production data report for cultivated seaweed. I think most of us here knows, aware. So if we have good data, we can make good decisions. With the bad data, we make bad decisions. Please check in algabase.org that Indonesia has total of 2,078 seaweed species. So in Indonesia, we are still cultivating less than 8 species. There are still a lot of species that we can still explore and develop. Okay, climate change, earlier speaker has also discussed. So, to conclude, what does the seaweed processor in Indonesia need? Stable supply of seaweed as raw material with stable quality and price. With little or no fluctuations. I do not know, maybe the government can regulate in terms of productivity, production, not to overproduce or underproduce. And we need more accurate cultivated seaweed production yearly data to stabilize. And then the industry need to be empowered with more competitiveness by deregulation to support downstreaming. Maybe to exclude this highly value-added products such as agar and kerajinan, not not to follow this government regulation, PP 362023, and change the naming from UP to UPRL, so that we are more relaxed, we get more relaxed inspection parameters. Okay, next. We also would suggest for the government to revitalize their own idle factories around 9 locations. Maybe you can make use these 9 locations factories for teaching industry, vocational institute or polytechnics, so they can play around with seaweed using the already installed machineries. Skip Nagoya Protocol, okay, and then there are already 50 plus seaweed processor in Indonesia that is ready to absorb cultivated seaweed in the hydrocoal industry, and the utilization is still 50 to 60%. So when the right ecosystem is in place, we are sure that the absorption and increasing the utilization will be higher. And okay, also one suggestion is to try to avoid establishment of seaweed processing unit near to cultivation sites, because seaweed processing plants is dirty work. A lot of sewage to be treated, need a lot of clean water. Okay, before I end, I would like to promote a little bit about our initiative. In November, our association will organize a small Indonesia Seaweed Pavilion in conjunction with the SIAL Interfood in Jakarta, showcasing 10 selected research and expo. So I invite all of you here, if you would like to have more information, you can contact us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Doni. So I will go directly to the fourth panelist, which is Mr. Vikas from the World Bank. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Maya. So first of all, let me start with few disclaimer. So I'm quite intimidated to be sitting in this panel because I know nothing about seaweed. The first time in my life I saw seaweed was 6 months ago with Dr. Firman in Wakatobi, no, Nunukan. And since then the journey of seaweed exploration has taken us to Lombok, to Nunukan. So treat what I'm saying with an amateurish outsider's view of what I see. And I really count on my friend Yuan, who is sitting here, who knows a lot more on seaweed. So what do we see? So first is such a heavy concentration of the global industry, right? Close to 98% of the global tropical seaweed supply is so heavily concentrated in China and Indonesia, right? So, which could be seen as an opportunity for these two countries as well as threat because of excessive concentration for the global market, right? So, just in case, you know, what was indicated earlier, to say what happens if there's a major risk outbreak in this location, right? So there's a big risk there. In addition to that concentration, you see a trend, and this is something that I raised yesterday also. It's a very nascent industry. So compared to agriculture, where we have a history of 10,000 years, seaweed as a commercial cultivation has got less than 50-year history. And within that 50-year history, you can see a clear trend line with the kind of, you know, initial growth and relative stagnation till 2000, and then from 2005 to 15, that decade, sudden exponential growth because of identification of those alternative application of seaweed, a demand from the market to move from animal-based additive to more natural additives. So you see a strong growth. And then, 2015 onward, you see a significant slowing down. And if you do country-to-country comparison, you'll see some volatility. And why is that happening? And many of those issues have been raised. We can see the impact of climate change and changing temperature, making certain location not suitable. You are talking about new diseases, ice ice. You are talking about stagnation of yield and slower yield growth. Lack of advancing technology. How do you need to go to deeper waters? And this has been a frequent conversation with Dr. Sri on how do we do that. That's where we are. Now, the World Bank group did a recent study on the global seaweed new and emerging market. So they said, okay, let's look at the realm of possibility and let's try to quantify what those other application in addition to the food additive market could be. And they identified 10 big markets, potential big markets, with an additional growth of around $11.8 billion by 2030. And when we look at that, so we felt that, and then if you you classify it by the market size, you classify whether the opportunity is short, medium, or long term, how fast you can capitalize on those market opportunities. So we feel that the most promising short-term opportunities are in the biostimulant market, in the animal feed market, in pet food market, as well as also certain methane reducing additive, especially for livestock, especially beef and cattle market. And that might grow substantially because of climate adaptation and mitigation concerns. So that's what we clearly see. We see then, a little bit later, you can talk about nutrition supplement, the nutraceuticals, alternative protein, bioplastics, and biofiber have some opportunities. More longer term would be around your pharmaceutical and construction material in some cases. But then to realize the full potential of these emerging market opportunities, the industry needs to overcome some significant barriers. So the first one is the availability of seaweed. And this is a conversation I was having with Yuan just before I came on the podium to say, okay, Parlahut gave the example of parallel between nickel and seaweed, right? And so one conversation is nickel is there in the ground, right? So the question is, how do you extract that nickel and make into value addition? Seaweed is a potential that exists in the sea, but it's not there yet, right? So it's slightly different comparison, but availability is the biggest concern. Pricing. The current prices are based on the current supply. Suddenly, if the supply increases tenfold, the prices are going to go down, right? So how do you manage the supply-demand response? The regulatory barriers. Another finding we find, and I'll talk more about that, is that the industry needs to think about the whole green aspects of seaweed, right? So in some ways, seaweed has emerged because this is an alternative to animal, and people perceive that it's a more green, clean product, right? But to what extent it is, if you do a full life cycle analysis of the current production pattern. And the next one is that the ecosystem services, especially around climate change adaptation and mitigation, offer some opportunities. So coming back to Indonesia, no need to go through this slide. You have all seen this. Let me talk about some of the challenges and opportunities that we see. So first one is around the product quality, right? In the current market, we truly do not have a quality differentiation. It's being sold primarily based on the weight. But because of these diseases, it is having an impact on the quality, which will get translated into eventual product that you see. We also see that very concentration in supply chain, right? So basically, the Indonesia is completely focused on the Carrageenan supply chain, and second is agar. So two products account for close to 95% of the total supply. Value addition. So yes, it's great to hear from Pa Magdoni that we have significant processing facilities within Indonesia, but at an aggregate scale, only 40% of the total production is processed. 60% is still going in a raw form. It's primarily dominated by smallholder farmers. While there have been some efforts made to consolidate them in terms of either commercial production or cooperatives, but those supports are relatively fewer. We see opportunities in terms of large-scale commercial production, more mechanized ventures which can go deeper, have significant scale efficiencies. Environmental concerns. So coming back to my question on the greenness of seaweed production, it depends on your perspective. When I went to Nunukan and Wakatobi, what I saw was an ocean of plastics, not necessarily an ocean of seaweed, right? So that's one way to think of it. Second is, if you are talking about the processing of Carrageenan, it is very, very water intensive. It is very, very chemical intensive. And how do you treat with all the effluent of that, right? So the greenness of the current production system is questionable. So we have to see how do we handle that. We see there is significant interest in blue carbon, and there is sizable carbon capture potential, but we need to really work with the baseline, with the MRV system, and see what potentials are there, and regulations and policies. So the sector is still very nascent. So in that nascent sector, how do you come out with regulations and policies which respond to the market demand, incentivize both production and processing, as well as safeguard commercial and social interest? In that regard, the World Bank Group, both bank and IFC, is taking some initiatives, some at local level, some global level, to support the development of the industry. The first one is the Agribusiness Investment Advisory platform, supported on focusing purely on the aquaculture aspect, including seaweed. So there it is looking at some of the development challenges, doing comprehensive assessment in target countries, identifying some investment opportunity for IFC, and providing some technical assistance support to some of the client countries. And the Global Seaweed Report was produced out of that. In Indonesia, we have, along with CMMAI and KKP, we have started some initiatives. So the first one is we are going to do a brief analytic work, jointly IFC and World Bank. IFC will look primarily at more commercial angle, more private sector angle. We will look at more enabling environment and smallholder farmers angle, and provide some recommendations to government of Indonesia. Second, we have started engaging with CMMAI, KKP, and some of the companies to start utilizing some of the biostimulant in some of the pilot projects which are going on through World Bank financing with Ministry of Agriculture. And I can see our colleagues from iCare in the room, to test out more on seaweed-based biostimulant. How does it affect with maize? What are the applications on cocoa? What are the applications on rice? And what results do we see? And the final point is, to continue to explore opportunities for supporting private sector financing with some of the companies through IFC, as well as public sector financing as and when there is request from the government of Indonesia for such financing. So with that, let me stop here and hand it back to Dr. Maya.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation. So last but not least, we would like to welcome Professor Choi. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Can I have a look my video? People start my presentation. It takes less than 30 seconds. Thank you. Yeah, that is pyropia or papaya palm in Korea. Hello, everyone. Today, what I'm talking about today is the Korean mega-scale seaweed farming technology and its challenges. Today's my talk will focus on two things. One is the global, and the other is the Korean situation of the seaweed cultivation. This one is the world seaweed production. It's about 20% of total fisheries production, and it grows in 8% per year over the past 10 years by seaweed cultivation mainly. If we show the graph, the seaweed biomass increased rapidly. And the seaweed cultivation will be main tool in food supply in the future because climate change, climate crisis is quite important. Seawater level will increase soon, and all crop field submerged in near future. So we have the strong food for seaweed. This one is the right one. It's a seaweed cultivation can be solved out all the climate crisis in the future and also make a business. Usually, seaweed production is mainly produced in Asian country. That is around 97%. China, here Indonesia, and South Korea. And the cultivation country increased from 10, 24, and 52 countries continuously. Due to that, the production also increased in around 6.5% per year. According to 2021 FAO report, red, brown, and green seaweed in the order of the seaweed biomass. Red seaweed is using chemical resources of alga and carrageenan. Venn diagram shows the seaweed aquaculture producing per species and countries. Yeah. After cultivation, we got the huge amount of the macroalgal biomass. How can we use it? We can make money using that seaweed. That market seaweed market increased continuously. And also phycocolloid market size is also increased. And as you know, also we can use food, chemicals, and biofertilizers, and so on. And this one is another photos, how to use it. We can use food, cosmetic, and biofertilizer, and biostimulant, and phyco limitation. The upper part is the how to treat the waste water in Australia. Another thing is, in these days, we are really interested about global warming and how to reduce the greenhouse gases. There is a solution. Just cultivate the seaweed in the sea. Right one is in the ocean. We can cultivate the seaweed, and we can use it many kind of and we produce many kind of items or product. One of the Australian Seaweed Institute, they made 2014 national seaweed strategies, cultivating Asparagopsis taxiformis, that is a red algae. And they want to get the economic and social and environmental benefit. Also reduce the methane gas, that is the main greenhouse gas. Here is the world seaweed policy trend. From 2050s and to 2023, there is many kind of things happened, and all include the seed cultivation. In 2023, there are blue bioeconomy report also include the seaweed cultivation as well. So it's the main topic in UN and Europe and also FAO. In USA, they start cultivate offshore seaweed cultivation. It's called the Marina Project. We do together with the USA since 2017. Also, WWF member of USA, England, Canada, they are visiting South Korea, and they did farm tour and made a symposium at the Korean National Assembly Hall in last year. Let's move to the South Korea condition, seaweed production. Seaweed production is about 1.8 million tons and occupied 77% of the total marine aquaculture production. And the cultivation area is about 64,000 hectares. As you've seen, the seaweed is quite important business things in biomass and also in value. In Korean Peninsula, we have 1,006 species, and we cultivate more than 10 species. If you see, the main thing is the Saccharina japonica and Pyropia in production and in value. Come on. Yeah, actually, I will focus on the Pyropia. We start cultivation in 1600 at from the Joseon dynasty using a bamboo. Also the seaweed production is increased from 1950 to now. And we find the seaweed production and the cultivation technique development is positively correlated. That is the aerobize event developed the seaweed cultivation. Papyrus and Piropia is a representative cultivation species and occupied around 30% of the seaweed production. And production and value about 540,000 ton and 400,000 million US dollars. Actually, export is continuously increased. Export country from 114 to 122 countries in 2023. So, nori, papyrus is almost a global foodstuff. Also, Korean government give a guideline for restricting density for cultivation facilities for sustainable production. And also have to manage the farm environment by rating systems. Also monitor the food safety by measurement of the heavy metals. There are three kinds of cultivation methods: fixing, floating, and long line cultivation method. Fixing pole and floating net cultivation method, we are using Piropia and Ulva capsospan species to cultivate. And long line cultivation method are using for the kelp species cultivation and codium and Classilariopsis. If we summarize the how seaweed production is increased and seaweed industry are changed, I can summarize it with the 5 changes to increase the income of fishermen and companies. One is the species diversity of the cultivation species, and develop cultivation techniques to increase productivity and reduce the low labor cost. Also, we made automation processing and specializing and scaling up the company. And finally, we try to achieve eco-friendly sustainable farming. Means sustainable development goals and the MSC certification. MSC means the Marine Stewardship Council, means eco-friendly product. And the light one is the how to cultivate Pyropia. One is that this morning, Alan talked about the Concosalis. So Concosalis stage and the oyster cell Concosalis stage. And indoor, we seedling the papyrus net and move to the sea and cultivate. After harvesting, we made many kind of product with using a papyrus. When we cultivate the seaweed, we have to select the target species for suitable marine environment. Also, we have to develop seedling, farming, and harvesting technique as well. Also, in these days, we have to follow government policy and regulation for suitable, sustainable seaweed industry. There are many kind of act. We have to follow it. So we have to develop the strain, that kind of things, and also we have to follow the APVP and the seaweed standard. The seaweed standard means MSC and ASC. In the case we can achieve a sustainable seaweed industry, I'm going to talk about the AP VP. APVP is a kind of the act, meaning it's the aquatic plant variety protection in Korea. We have to register the seaweed breeding. There are 3 steps to register these things, and it takes about 7 years. It's quite a long time. I do not talk about it in detail. To make a new cultivar, new variety, we get several kinds of tools. One is the breeding tools, selective, cross, mutation, and genetic manipulation. In case of non-edible algae, we can use the genetic manipulation. Also, we invest the research fund, Golden Seed Project, and another one is already finished, and another one is the breeding cultivation technology development for Undaria, Saccharina, and so on. From that on, we registered many seaweed cultivars, around 28 cultivars. 22 is a Piropia, 5 is Undaria, and 1 is a Saccharina. You can show this slide. When we produce the biomass, seaweed biomass, also we can use human food and functional food, cosmetic, that kind of things. Also, quite interesting is we can feed seaweed to the abalone. Light one is the second one is the abalone farming in the sea, and just feed the abalone with the kelp species. So Saccharina and Undaria usually use it as a feed of abalone, and the abalone industry is continuously increased. But colloid industry in Korea is not so good, and we don't know the market size as well. Also, the Korean people are interested in the seaweed blue carbon. Actually, around the South Korea, coastal area is become a barren ground, and try to restore the marine seaweed forest using this kind of scale. And also the restored marine forest reduce the blue carbon. So annual carbon uptake is about 333 tons per kilometer. I just introduced the government institution and the university. South Korea built many government institutions, and they located it over there. And 2 things, Pyropia Center and the Seaweed Blue Carbon Center are under construction. And light one is the university. Because of Korean population is rapidly decreased, so university students also decreased. So university is getting decreased. Red spot is the university. They having the head, a professor, but is now the professor position is not available anymore. So I analyzed the seaweed mariculture in Korea using the SWOT analysis. There are many kinds of things, strengths and weakness and opportunity and threats. The solution is the working group operation in domestic and abroad. Also financial and legal support we need. Global network among research from many countries, partnership with other groups also we required. This is the final slide. I summarized today's talk. And one is, and suggest the future tasks. Global situation is the market grow continuously and the hydrochloride industry developed. Also, the cultivation country is continuously increasing, and many countries invest huge amount of money for climate mitigation and food security. In Korea is the leading country for seaweed cultivation, and we started ecosystem restoration as well. There is one government agency called FIRA. So we have to good things, but in the future we have to do some kind of things. One is we have to develop new cultivar, means that high temperature residence and disease resistance cultivar. Also, we have to register the seaweed blue carbon using a network, a strong network. So we actually need the good collaboration with you guys. Thank you very much.
I was just about to intervene a little bit, so thank you, Professor Charles. So ladies and gentlemen, please once again give a round of applause for our panelists for their presentation, for the information given. So I was noticed by the committee, apparently we only have for one questions. If there is someone who want to jump into the discussion with our panelists, please raise your hand and present yourself. Okay.
That's it. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for time given, Dr. Maya. It's really appreciate to meet you and all the panelists. Actually, that I'm from Bali. Actually, that I was born in Lembongan, quite far from main island Bali. At the moment, I still focus.
Sorry, your name, sir?
My name is Moko Wijaya. Okay. It's very interesting topic when you are talking about the seaweed, especially in seaweed in global market. Like Mr. Victor said, that when we are talking about the sustainability, that involve three aspects of sustainability. That's economic or financial aspect, social enterprise, social aspect, and ecology aspect. At the moment, the main concern is economic or financial aspect. As we know, that the price of seaweed at the moment is decreasing compared to last year, 2022. The price was incredible. Let's say that the price is 3 times compared to this at the moment. So we do hope that our government can put attention how to make the sustainable price of seaweed. So the effect of social aspect in sustainability can be maintained to the farmer, so they have the spirit how to cultivate the seaweed. To be honest, I am part of the seaweed spectacular. That I heard from them that they don't want to cultivate seaweed because the price is getting less, getting worse. So that's why how to all the organization of seaweed can maintain the price and then also maintain the quality of product. We don't want to price to be decreased and now people can cultivate seaweed. So that is from my side. We just hope that there is the big concern from our government or even the world that we have to keep the stable of the price. So by maintaining the quality and also the supply chain of the seaweed. Thank you, Dr. Maya, for time given then.
Okay, so it's more like suggestions and recommendations rather than questions.
That's right, Dr.
Okay.
Maya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, no more question, right? Huh? Oh, can we still? No? Just please a little bit. Just give him a minute. Yes, go ahead, sir. Please. Just 1 minute. Try to make it short, please.
Yeah, I'm from Semi Biotrop. Nowadays we have developed of the seed using the tissue culture, but my concern is about the blue carbon. Yeah, could you please, Professor, more elaborate a little bit about what kind of the species can be used for the blue carbon? Yeah, because we know that we have already calculated blue carbon in the mangrove, blue carbon in the seagrass, but nowadays one issue is about the seaweed white rising. Please more elaborate. Thank you.
So elaborate about the carbon quantification, you mean, sir? Sorry.
What kind of the species?
What kind of species? Professor Choi, perhaps you can give short answer.
We are thinking about the kelp species, Eclonia species. There are several species, and also using the sargassum species, and newly restored using that kind of things put in the barren ground.
Okay, so it's kelp species brown sugar. That is also what I heard from the European side, that if you want to do carbon sequestration analysis, it's more to brown seaweed compared to the red and the green seaweed. But we talk about that in detail. So I will not conclude our discussion today, but I just only want to pass a little message from what I get from all the panelists here. They're all great. You can discuss further after this. So Indonesia basically is very potential countries for the seaweed, if we might say it, but we just need to focus on what should be resolved from the existing problems before we talk about the new kind of industries that we want to be focused on. And then we should be prepared on for what next, because from what Mr. Doni said, that we still have a lot of challenges that we need to resolve regarding regulations, regarding the seas, regarding many things actually. So I would like to say a little word that for those who like soccer or football, let's simply say like this: stakeholders are the strikers, which is that they are the frontliner for the seaweed industries, either from the processing, either from farmers or other stakeholders. Academic, scientists, research institutes are the defenders, and the government, they are the goalkeeper. So that's it for me. So I would like to close our discussion and apologize for the very quick session. Please give another applause for our panelists. I'll return this to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for amazing second panel discussion. Also, thank you, Dr. Maya Puspita, for a very beautiful words on your closing statement. For the panelists and moderator, please remain on stage as we will hand over the token appreciation to each and every one of you. Please all rise, panelists and moderator, and I would like to invite Mr. Nono Hartanto, MAQ, Director of Seed Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries Republic of Indonesia, to please hand over the token of appreciation to our moderator and also our inspiring panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, your fresh idea, and your insight regarding to the topic of the second panel discussion. We got deeper insight about industry insight, market trends, and future financing opportunities for Indonesia's seaweed industry. Please give applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Panelists and moderator also get endek fabric. We proudly present to you, we have a traditional textile produced. We have endek, As a Balinese, we usually use endek as a part of uniform, or we usually use endek to attend a very important event like this seminar or several conference in Bali. Once again, thank you so much for all the panelists and also the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere. Please be with us here because after this, we will straight into our next panel discussion, which is our third panel discussion. Panelists, moderator, and Mr. Nono Hartanto, you may please remain on stage as after this, we will continue with the photo session. What a beautiful endek fabric from Bali. Thank you, and please continue with the photo session. Everyone on stage, please face the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, another pose perhaps. 1, 2, 3, big smile. Seaweed. Okay, thank you so much, panelists, excellencies on stage, moderator. You may return to your seat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, previously on the second panel discussion, we have discussed more about the future financing opportunities for Indonesia's seaweed industry. And on the third panel discussion, we will get more insight about the research trends and technologies driving innovation in the seaweed industry. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce to you the moderator for third panel discussion, our moderator coming from Brawijaya University. He was head of the Aquaculture Master Study Program, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. And also, he is now the Dean of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, this is the moderator. Please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Maftuh MSI. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, all speaker and distinguished participants. My name is Maftuh. I am from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Brawijaya University, some place close to Bali, located in Malang City, East Java. Firstly, I would like to give some appreciation to the best innovation and have constructed and launched today by the government of Indonesia about the International Center of Tropical Seaweed. Hopefully, collaboration across various sectors conducted to develop Indonesia's seaweed industry will become in Indonesia. Now we are going to the last session, last but not least, the panel discussion 3 with subtopic emerging research trend and technologies driving innovation in the seaweed industry. In the session we have 1 hour and 30 minutes later on panel session with 6 speakers. Let me invite all speakers come to the front. Firstly, Atsushi Sato, PhD from the Mitsubishi UFG Research and Consulting. Please come. Secondly, I would like to invite Vincent Domizel from the United Nations Global Impact. I have received message from committee that they have joined via join via Zoom. And I would like to invite Dr. Hansan Pak from the Korean Indonesian MTCRC. Episode 1. And then I would like to invite Professor R. Vinu from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. And also I invite Pak Rahadian Dewangga from Ijo Inovasi Indonesia. Thank you, Rian. Last but not least, I invite Eka Prasetya, PhD from the University of Mataram. Thank you, Pak Eka. Ladies and gentlemen, before beginning the session, I would like to introduce that each speaker have 10 minutes each, and after that we are going to Q&A, question and answer. For the first, I would like to please to present Atsushi Sato PhD. The time is yours.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. So it's a pity to skip the coffee break. So I want to give you maybe interesting. Oh, no coffee break today. Okay, that's a quite important issue. So my name is Sato from Japan. So I will give you a short presentation in terms of greenhouse gas emission removals based on the Japanese case study. So my presentation contains several information, so including the background of the Japanese fishery and seaweed. And the next one is blue carbon sequestration calculation, already conducted in Japan. And the third one is a life cycle GHG emissions due to seaweed farming. In Japan, there are more than 1,000 species of seaweed around Japan, and the area is about 160 to 170 kilo-hectare. We already recognize the importance of conservation or rehabilitation or recovery of seagrass and seaweed. So many policy research and also the conservation projects are being implemented already. Of course, one of the reasons is the biodiversity protection, but also we recognize the importance of the fishery ground environment and as well as the blue carbon. And I saw in some presentation, so Japanese has a tradition to eat seaweed production from the old years. So from the aspect of the climate change, the ocean is gaining attention in the context of climate change. For instance, in 2009, the UNEP published a report so-called Blue Carbon, and they introduced the carbon sequestration potential of 3 blue carbon ecosystems, including mangrove, tidal marsh, and seagrass meadows. In 2013, the IPCC published a methodological report about wetlands, and the original intention is to develop the methodology in relation to peatlands. But due to some reasons, the scope was expanded, and the methodology of coastal wetland, including these 3 ecosystems, are contained in this report. In 2015, at the Paris Agreement, the COP21, that was decided Paris Agreement, already have one of the milestones for the ocean community because some ocean initiatives in the context of climate change was initiated. And you may know that the many NDC is nationally determined contribution. It's a target, emission reduction target submitted to the United Nations framework of climate change contains the ocean and blue carbon ecosystems. It's a mainly the covered, mainly done by the protection or conservation, but only a few countries contains the GHG emission reduction target containing blue carbon GHGs. In Japan's situation, around 2017, some ministries started to consideration of including blue carbon in our GHG estimation method. And in 2023, we included the non-forest mangrove because about 2/3 of mangrove are defined as forest land in my country. So we included the rest of 1/3 of mangrove in our GHG inventory. And last month, we included carbon sequestration from seagrass meadows and seagrass bed in our GHG inventory. So this is the overview of the assessment of carbon sequestration by seagrass and seaweed. So treatment of CO2 emission removals related to seagrass and seaweed are covered by IPCC veteran supplement, I already said, but only the seagrass meadows on the soil, in the soil, the carbon pools on-site soil of the seagrass meadows were covered in the IPCC guideline. But around 2016, the right side figure shows that the overall carbon flows from the net primary production of the seaweed and seagrasses. So most of the absorbed carbon is emitted or decomposed within short time, but only a part of carbon goes to long-term sequestration, including the exported to on-site soil or exported to deep sea, exported to the around soil, off-site soil, and dissolved as RDOC. So these four processes are introduced as the source of long-term carbon sequestration. And the Japanese blue carbon scientists developed the country-specific economic ecosystem model to estimate these long-term carbon sequestration based on this knowledge. So our estimation method is so-called Tier 3 in the sense of IPCC guideline and very country-specific method and not covered by the IPCC guideline yet. So this is a very, very simple way of showing our methodologies. So CO2 sequestration is calculated based on the net primary production and multiplying ratio goes to long-term sequestration. And net primary production is calculated by the area and the biomass amount per area. And both information are gathered by survey. And the biomass amount is converted to the production amounts. We use the parameters of production per biomass factor it obtained by academic research. And the last part is the ratio goes to the long-term sequestration. Of course, this is based on the academic research. And I must say that the case of seaweed farming or seaweed cultivation, the most of biomass are removed from the site. So only the rest of residue goes to the long-term carbon sequestration. So comparing with the natural seagrass seaweed and cultivated seaweed, the large amount of carbon sequestration was disappeared if the cultivation is implemented. So what we did for the methodological work in order to estimate carbon sequestration assessment, so the scientists implemented the classification of seagrass seaweed into appropriate level of estimation. So in the Japanese case, we used the 9 sea areas and 24 the broad species classifications in taking into account the similarity or the ecology process of the seaweed sequestration. And of course, the assessment of the seagrass and seaweed area is necessary, and the scientists developed the area estimation method. And of course, the development of the parameter is quite important, and most of work done by the academic research. And we are still in the process of development of mitigation method, because there are unfortunately no good mitigation methods to increase the carbon sequestration yet. And from the policy aspect, currently the three central government, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism, and the fishery agency are in charge of the blue carbon policy and promotions. So the Ministry of Environment is a focal point of the climate change. So that's the organizing the Blue Carbon Region Council, and also the authorized the GHG estimation method. And the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport and Tourism covers the port policies. So they firstly acted to introduce blue carbon assessment in Japan, and they organized blue carbon committee to discuss technical issues and the data collection method, and also how to advertise the blue carbon into the public. And Forest Agency mainly focused on the technical and research subject, and they launched the research project of the blue carbon seagrass and seaweed assessment 5 years ago, and most of the method and the data was obtained that project. And they developed guideline to estimate the blue carbon sequestration, but it's only published by Japanese language. And the local government and the private sector and NGO levels, the concrete actions are done by these entities. And last year, the Japanese government concentrated some good practices into one the case study reports. And if you are interested in, please consult this link. And this is the result of the seagrass and the seaweed carbon sequestration. So the area of seagrass and seaweed are decreasing continuously, and also the carbon sequestration amount have decreased since 1990. And it is said the main reason of decreasing is the temperature change, water temperature change. So higher water temperature around Japanese seas makes the seaweed, seagrass difficult to survive anymore. And I would like to note the other aspect. It's the life cycle GHG emission from seaweed farming. So in Japan, there are some life cycle assessment studies about GHG estimation from fishery and aquaculture in Japan. And I showed the results in the right side graphs. So the main factor of the GHG emission is the use of the fuel. So the fishery or aquaculture that use more the fuel emit more GHGs. So in terms of seaweed farming, it is no need. The seaweed farming is no need of feeding or less need of using fishery boat. However, there are the equipment, so the preparing equipment, rope, buoy, or machines, or something needs the GHGs when it created, and also that it is necessary to use fuels in the process of harvesting and processing phase. So in general to say, the hoisting machine for uploading from the seaweed, especially for kelp, and also the boiling process consumes large amount of fuel, so emits large GHGs. So I have to say, if the seaweed farming is introduced largely, the contribution of the carbon sequestration may be less than the use of GHG emissions due to the seaweed farming. So it is important to consider the low carbon technique or reduced carbon technique for the mechanization of the seaweed farming. So that is the final remarks from me. So the blue carbon gaining attention in Japan. So many people have a dream like the blue carbon will be acted as the more enhanced carbon removals. And actually, the Ministry of Environment of Japan is planning to hold the International Blue Carbon Workshop this year. Unfortunately, the details have not decided yet, but it must be welcome that you will participate that workshop if possible. I want to have the chance to be remote access to the workshop. And carbon sequestration amount of seaweed itself is not so large, unfortunately. But there are multiple benefits. I think it is already discussed and talked in this, during this seminar. And reducing life cycle GHG emission associated with seaweed is another key aspect. In my sense, it is very important, more than the carbon sequestration through the blue carbon ecosystem. And in order to calculate the GHG emission removals, the robust and reliable scientific research and data, as well as the appropriate assumption, are essential for estimating blue carbon contribution. And the policy promotion accelerated our work so far. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much, Sato, for your presentation, nice presentation. And the second one, I would like to invite Vincent Dumézil from the United Nations Global Impact with the topic, A Seaweed Revolution for the World of Tomorrow. Thank you, Vincent. Have you joined it? Do you hear my sound?
Yes, we can. I can hear. You can hear me?
Okay, the time is yours for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very glad to be here, and I'm sorry not to be with you today. I'm in London to give a speech at the Blue Food Summit. People were quite puzzled because they noticed that I was part of the panel in Indonesia while I'm in London. They wonder where what I could do. But so it's a shame not to be with you physically. I hope we will find an occasion soon. But I'm very glad to be here. I'm Vincent Dumézil. Indeed, I work for the United Nations Global Compact, and very much with the local network in Indonesia, which is very active and very interesting to be more into seaweed. So it can be a good way to explore further. I'm also heading, and I have funded the Global Seaweed Coalition, and we are working heavily with Michael and Alan and many others, and we have been exploring this this initiative from the very beginning. We were together back in Hobart last year to discuss this. So I'm very glad it's happening at last, and I think it's very important just to get some feedback on what is this coalition and why we are so interested. So back in 2020, the United Nations released, and I led the exercise, a seaweed manifesto explaining the potential for seaweed industry as a way to, I mean, you named it in your previous presentation, mitigate world hunger, support food security, replace animal feed, replace fertilizers, replace biopackaging and plastics, support medicine innovation, restore biodiversity, sequester carbon, and provide source of revenues and job to coastal communities where the fishing resource will disappear. Which is why it's very important for the UN, because it really addresses a lot of the SDGs. I mean, even the last one, when you talk about job and resources, it provides jobs and resources in a very inclusive way, notably for women, furthering women empowerment and gender equality. So it's very important from a UN perspective, and seaweed has a great momentum, I think, right now. We see an explosion of seaweed initiatives all around the world, not only in Asia. In Europe, the number of new startups every year related to seaweed has moved from 40 to 200 in 20 years. So every year we have 200 startup opening on seaweed. And because this ecosystem was very fragmented, the business ecosystem for seaweed, we decided to launch the first global seaweed coalition hosted at the United Nations Global Compact. We received the funding from the Lloyd's Register Foundation, a UK-based charity, for £4 million. And we formed this global coalition to represent the voice of the seaweed industry. And of course, tropical seaweed is fully part of it, and we are very happy to have this kind of regional or focused organization supporting, and we did support it in the past. This global seaweed coalition that we have formed has 4 objectives. First of all, it gathers and it becomes the voice of the coalition of the seaweed industry. So we have over 1,500 members around the world today, from 80 plus countries. So we have a lot of representation, and we want to become their voice. We want to support their message at COP, at UN General Assembly, in big business forum, working with Nestle, Cargill, with everyone. So we want to be the one voicing this coalition and supporting this community. We want also to build this community. So we are organizing discussions, webinar, events, and so forth all around the world as well, during big events, normally during like larger UN conference, to bring together our stakeholders. And our idea is that if we want to scale up this development of the seaweed industry and to accelerate it, we need to get together. We need to share knowledge, which is exactly the objective of the Tropical Seaweed Initiative as well. We need to get together and share knowledge and disconnect these brave pioneers that are trying to do something. And to do that even more efficiently, we need to fund them and support them financially, which is why we have already allocated 30 grants around the world to some of our members in 40 plus countries, because some grants are multi-countries, notably in Indonesia. So we have distributed over $2 million already in grants across the world, and the last one has been awarded last month. Hopefully there will be soon another one. So yeah, I mean, message to all of you first, I mean, become member of this coalition. I will share in the chat the website of the coalition. You can become member for free. It's all paid by the coalition. You get access to this information. You get access to a lot of update and newsletter. You can participate in discussion, and you can get funding. So already it's a full benefit. The coalition also has an objective to advance science, and we have created the first scientific committee for seaweed at a global level. Once again, being UN flag enable this in order to support science-driven community. We need this seaweed development to be science-driven. We don't want to reproduce the same mistakes as we did on land. We don't want to see the emergence of a seaweed cultivation that is driven by monoculture, GMO, and industrial farming. We want to develop something really regenerative from the very beginning, getting inspiration from our Korean people. I mean, I liked the speech of this Korean speaker before. So once again, we need to share and collaborate and be driven by science. Of course, the last part of our remit as a coalition is advocacy. We need to support and spread the seaweed gospel around the world. Tell the world that seaweed is good for Earth and good for the planet and good as is delicious as food, and which is somehow sometimes quite challenging. Because some countries that don't have a lot of seaweed appetite for seaweed, I would say. And we do that in many ways. I mean, of course, we participate to conference. I wrote a book, The Seaweed Revolution, as well, which has benefited from quite a large attention from the media, being in a CNN documentary and on BBC and Times and so forth. So I think all of this, working with the media and the mainstream media, is really helping the seaweed to get the right level of attention. But of course, a lot of this advocacy work is also on the political level, and working with United Nations Global Compact is a very efficient way. As a last topic, and just to update you about the activity of this coalition, we are also now launching the second stage, which is a plankton manifesto. We are talking a lot of seaweed, but seaweed does not grow in isolation. It grows in collaboration with a lot of organisms that are most of them unknown. So as an exclusive information for you all, we will launch during the next UN General Assembly the Plankton Manifesto, gathering the best experts in microalgae and zooplankton and protists and so forth, trying to tell the world why plankton is so important, notably for the seaweed industry, and why we need to better understand it. But long story short, that what is our Global Seaweed Coalition, once again, join us. It's hosted by the United Nations Global Compact. I think this seaweed industry has a great potential. I mean, if we learn to, we moved from prehistory to modern history back 12,000 years ago when we stopped being hunters-gatherers and became farmers. And it's time to do the same with the ocean, because that was done only on land. So it's time to become civilized with the ocean and to farm the ocean in a regenerative way. And if we do so, that will be the seaweed revolution. And if we do so, we may be remembered as the first generation on this planet who managed to feed the entire population while mitigating climate change, while restoring biodiversity and alleviating poverty. We could be remembered as such, but we need to get together, and we definitely need this kind of initiative to support tropical seaweed. So thank you very much to all of you, and welcome to this revolution, and welcome in the coalition in the discussion very soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Applause, big applause for Vincent. And such, I would like to invite Dr. Hansan Pak, Korean Indonesia MTCRC. The topic is exploring potential seaweed farming area in Indonesia waters and ecosystem monitoring using RS technology. Vincent, Hansan Pak, the time is yours.
Thank you. Most of all, I would like to express my gratitude to invite here and also share our experience and also talking about the future of seaweed aquaculture in Indonesia. And my name is Pak Hansan. I'm director of Korea Indonesia MTCRC. And today's topic is very specific, actually. So when I received this title, and I also a little bit nervous how to prepare this presentation. Actually, we already good collaboration with Kemenko Mabes and also C6 to monitor and survey about sea ecosystem environment in Awang Bay. But today I will present about specific remote sensing technology and also potential area mapping. So for the contents, before starting our presentation, I will shortly introduce about MTCRC and then talking about remote sensing and case study with more practical cases and additional information about the baseline survey for seaweed farming in Awang Bay. So MTCRC is an intergovernmental joint research center. Actually, the important point is we already have kind of equipment and also research boat, especially oceanography, environment, and remote sensing, and laboratory and data processing. So including chemical laboratory and also blue carbon laboratory. So using this, already we conduct many field survey in Indonesia with Indonesian government and the relevant cooperative agency and universities. So in here, Lombok, we already surveyed 2 times. It is exactly for the seaweed aquaculture, especially large scale. And also K Island, also one of case for survey seaweed agriculture. So I just moved to exact our contents today. Yeah, potential area using remote sensing. Yes. Already we know the background, so I don't need to explain details. Anyway, Indonesia need to develop more seaweed agriculture. There are so many big potential. We know where, but we should know where will be more appropriate for the seaweed aquaculture farming area. So if Indonesia is a very small country, maybe we can do that by in situ survey. But Indonesia is a huge country. So we cannot cover a whole area by our just in situ survey. So that's why we need some technology that is remote sensing, including satellite and also drone or unmanned aircraft. And that data should support policy and regulation for seaweed aquaculture government with the research institution in Indonesia. So that is the background. And for that, we review first what parameter is important to know about where is good price for seaweed. So we review 28 studies and find out some parameters. And in this slide, blue arrow shows importance of that parameter: depth, current and wave, and substrata, and clarity, and also for temperature, salinity, and pH, phosphate, and nitrate. So using this parameter, we already try to find a more large scale for appropriate area. You know, that is too rough data. So, but we can see just generally where is appropriate for seaweed aquaculture in the future. So right pictures shows the green color is appropriate for more than the other area. So we can see, that area is very huge. So we need more detailed data to know a specific area for next farming. So I would like to introduce a case study based on our actual activity. So I already explained Lombok survey, Lombok Awang Bay, we surveyed. And in that survey, we utilized satellite to mapping for small fishing house. And that is also one important local people's activity. So when we need to install the new farming area, we should avoid that point. So that is one. And right side is benthic habitat mapping using satellite and also ground checking. So we should avoid kind of coral reef area and where is the seagrass and sandy and something like. So it is very important information and also useful information to cover more bigger area. And also to use the other remote sensing data, you can know TSS. It is important for seaweed aquaculture. So similar with the clarity. And also SST, sea surface temperature. So this is one of a case. And then this also, cover more large area, but we sometimes also we need to utilize drone data. But before moving drone data, I would like to introduce a new satellite in Korea. That is, just the next slide is more easy to understand. The satellite is just a geostationary satellite. So that is just a stand only one position. That is actually Maluku Utara sky. So every day captured the data. So even the satellite has a low spatial resolution, but has very high temporal resolution. So that means every day we can capture all data of this country's sea. So including Indonesia, of course. So we can collaborate with the other countries for the seaweed aquaculture using this data. Of course, this data should be calibrated with many research activities and survey activity. Okay, and then I would like to show the drone monitoring cases. Left one is in KRN, and also right side is Awang Bay. And in the KRN, when we arrived at that area, and the local government didn't know where is actual conservation area. So just flying the drone and we mapping that area. So it is a difference with the government status data. So that shows where is actual conservation area. It is very simple but important data for policy. And right side also R1 Bay, we can mapping for existing local people's seaweed aquaculture area. And to do this, actually, we usually just using rotary wing drone, but nowadays technology improved, and then we can use a particular type of landing drone. So it has very long period to fly. At one fly, we can cover 40 hectares areas. So not only for this just distribution of conservation area, but also we can get more information related with the tidal status and also the ranks and more specific data. And for the next is about the monitoring method. Actually, we can also utilize this drone data to management of large scale seaweed aquaculture. Actually, a farmer cannot cover whole area when we have several or 100 hectares farming. So how can we know where is good and where is not good? Some case is the right side. Actually, this is shows some line is unfinished and also gathered and also triangle lines. So we can easily monitor these things. Even that is not high technology, but it is very efficient to manage well for large scale seaweed farming. And also the other, I would like to introduce the other research region from Hassan University. And they also using that drone data to know about how much grow up well for the seaweed. And also we can determine where is healthy or has some kind of disease in seaweed. For that, right and bottom side image is actually captured by our survey, and we can see the line and also how much width for the seaweed aquaculture. So it is actually actionable technology, actually adaptable technology just nowadays. And but this data is not cover whole baseline data. So we need more data for kind of bathymetry and also nutrient and the physics for that area, and also heavy matter. So in Korea also we have experience about heavy matter contamination for eating seaweed. So we also suggest to survey for heavy matter contamination, and also ground habitat distribution, kind of mangrove forest, and also blue carbon. So already mentioned, blue carbon is very important part for seaweed aquaculture is beneficial, but we also need to follow up survey using actual sampling for sediment and biomass. So I would like to say, satellite remote sensing technology is very efficient way to know about potential areas for Indonesia seaweed aquaculture in the future, and also for the using the drone technology, and we can also utilize more specific data and also management. But all that data also linked with in-situ survey, the data that has more valuable information we can get. And that information support the government to make appropriate policy and regulation. Thank you very much for my presentation.
Thank you, Hansan Pak, for your presentation. Nice presentation, and keep the big applause more again to Hansan Pak. And the other, I invite Professor Arvinu from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. The topic is hydrothermal liquefaction of tropical seaweed to biocrude. Professor, time is yes.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be here, and my heartiest congratulations for the formation of the Tropical Seaweed Research Center in Indonesia. So I come from the chemical engineering background, and I work mostly in the domain downstream technologies and how to convert seaweeds to something that's valuable. And it's been a great learning for me since morning to really know more about seaweeds, because we know only how to use the seaweeds, but not much about what it is and what are the growth-related things. So what I'll be talking about today is more related to what is the potential of seaweed and what kind of valuable products that we can generate, and whether can we really offset the crude oil imports by any country or the bioproducts that we can make out of it. So the first question is, are ocean crops the next frontier for agriculture? I think the answer is fittingly yes. And it's very clear from today's discussion. So I come from India, which is an agrarian economy, and we are the third largest agro-residue generators in the world. And here, this is Indonesia, where you have a phyconomy that's really developing, and you're number one in the seaweed generation. So talking about the macroalgae seaweeds, of course, there are different types. I'm not going into the details of it. But more importantly, they do contain a lot of different biochemical constituents, which by adoption of appropriate technologies, we can actually recover them. Or it's more like deconstructing the entire seaweed into something that's valuable that we can take out of it. And certainly ocean regenerative farming with polyculture is really becoming a buzzword, and I'm sure seaweeds to something that's valuable is going to be the next thing. So one of the important things about, I'll directly jump into the process, but it's all about, it's more like a sledgehammer approach, right? So you have a seaweed, which is a natural polymer made out of galactose and different types of carbohydrates, and it's more like taking a sledgehammer and trying to break it, right? So that means the molecule is essentially going to break into multiple pieces, and how can we really ensure some kind of selective generation of a specific compound, which could be like a fuel or a chemical or anything like that. So we try to achieve it using a process called as hydrothermal liquefaction. It's typically a mimic of how the nature generates the crude oil over millions of years underground. We try to typically do it over the ground in about 15 minutes to 30 minutes in a glorified pressure cooker, as we call. Typically, we heat the material to about 300 to 400 degrees. In this case, this is the macroalgae, and we apply high pressures. So what actually happens is water that is present, naturally present in the seaweed, essentially acts as a catalyst, and it tends to break down the complicated molecules and generate smaller and more valuable products. And that's what we call as something like a crude oil, and in fact, it resembles a lot in terms of the petroleum-based crude oil. So the process schematic goes like this. The process is actually feedstock agnostic. It's not that we have to use only seaweeds, but we can also use different kinds of agro-residues, industrial waste, chemical waste, plastics, and so on. And we get 4 main products, as you see here. We get very little amount of gas, which can be scrubbed. We get the most valuable component, which is the oil, that can either be directly used as a fuel blend, for stationary fuel generation, or it can be upgraded to drop-in fuels. We get the solid residue, or we call it as biochar. Of course, it can be burnt, but that's not really good from the carbon sequestration viewpoint. But it's basically biochar, so it can actually be used as a soil amendment. And we do get the processed water because the macroalgae would contain the water, so that can essentially be recycled back into the process. So this is an overall process schematic, and compared to many other technologies that are available today, in the broad domain of thermochemical processing, you might have heard of processes like pyrolysis or incineration or energy generation processes. This process really stands out because it's, again, feedstock agnostic. The greenhouse gas emissions are low. That means most of the sulfur and nitrogen that is present in the feedstock essentially get transferred to the solid phase. So the oil is really free of these heteroatom containing components that would essentially emit NOx and SOx. Net energy positive, and the products, of course, have very wide applications, which I'll talk about. So we have got or gained some experience in treating some of the macroalgae seaweeds like the Capophycus alvarezi and Eucuma denticulatum. And what we have essentially found is, complex molecules like this gets broken down, and they actually generate the products which are much more valuable than the feedstocks themselves. And this is a typical, these components essentially vary in terms of their composition, okay? So in fact, there was also a question in the morning about what is the composition of these. So because we look at the carbon value of the product, right? So the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen are all those some elemental constituents that we determine. And what you actually see is these two species vary significantly in terms of their ash or the inorganic constituents and also the carbohydrate content. And what we get is the crude oil, as we call, which is the bio-crude. And what you see there is we try to do the process with a catalyst or without a catalyst. I mean, the catalysts here are, again, another type of, your salts. And what we see is we could actually improve the yields up to 20% in this case. But what we also see is the char, the solid residue that we get, is also having a much higher value. So these are typically a lot of interactions that occur resulting in the formation of the liquid and the solid products. We have also tried using some mild amount of these co-solvents here to improve the yields up to 35%. So that means there is a great potential that can actually be tapped, or in terms of the organic constituents that can actually be deconstructed from the algae is huge. And as you can see here, the composition of the oil is more selective towards some specific species, like the cyclooxygenates, as we call, or you can also see that the boiling point distribution curve, which is a typical metric used to evaluate the petroleum products, are quite similar. So you can see that there are a lot of high boiling range compounds, which means that this is very similar to fuel oil or even the marine bunker fuel. So this is, you can actually say that this is like an alternative. You can directly take it and blend it. Even if you blend it at about 5 to 10%, that's going to be a great savings. And because this is sulfur, it is not containing sulfur, it's going to be good because what you use typically as a bunker fuel in ships emit a lot of SOx to the environment. So these are some of the components from Capophycus and spinosum that we have observed. So you can see there is a great selectivity to some of these cyclooxygenated compounds, as we call, and these are very valuable intermediates in the pharmaceutical industry. And some of these specific phenols, like phenol or cresol, are also valuable starting compounds to make a lot of different polymers. So that is the essential value generation that we make out of the macroalgae seaweeds. And not just with seaweed, we, as a research group, we also deal with a wide variety of feedstocks, starting from plastics, industrial waste, and so on. And you can see how the quality of the oil matches with the other things like crude oil or diesel. Of course, there is a change in the composition, right, which we also try to improve by using some catalysts. We make upgraded oils and so on. And a very busy slide, but what I want you to focus is the distilled oil has very similar properties to marine fuels. So that means this can be directly blended with the bunker fuel, and you're going to actually make lesser emissions. And what we have recently done is also to take these oils and blend it at 5% and 10% in engines and see what happens. And we do see that the performance is quite good. The raw oil can actually be blended at up to 5%, and it results in very good, the emissions are quite comparable with the conventional diesel. So what is the go-to-market strategy? So, so I'm a professor, so we have a large research group. We try to demonstrate things at a small scale, but we also try to demonstrate this at a larger scale and do scale-up activities through a startup company called X2 Fuels and Energy. And in fact, with C6 Energy's funding support, we have been able to build a larger version of this reactor, which you can see as 100x. And now we are actually building more complicated continuous units in Chennai, which can actually be scaled up to 5 tons of the dry material per day. And the product offering could be as simple as the crude oil as it is, which is very similar to the marine fuels. You can upgrade it. Mild upgradation can produce some aromatic solvents, kerosene-grade fuels. Full upgradation can even lead to something like sustainable aviation fuels. And that's the greater potential. So yeah, I mean, roughly if you want to know what is the amount of oil that I'm going to make, with 5 TPD you make roughly about 15 barrels or 18 barrels of oil. 10 TPD you make some 36 barrels. 20 TPD you make something like 70 barrels of oil. So that's a rough amount of product that you can actually make. So that's a summary. Right, we are really addressing a lot of these sustainable development goals by converting these macroalgae seaweeds to valuable products. And of course, I mean, this is just a schematic of what are all the products that we can make. We do make biochar, whose potential is huge in carbon sequestration. And acknowledgements to a lot of funding agencies, mainly to C6 and Shri for a lot of discussions we have had. And that's my research team, and that's my startup company team, through which we are trying to scale up technologies. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Arvinu, for your presentation. Nice presentation. And the fourth, I would like to invite Rahadian Dewangga from IJO Inovasi Indonesia. The topic is innovation and future prospect of seaweed bioplastic. Pak Dewangga.
Okay.
Yeah, for you. Time for you.
First of all, thank you for your time and opportunity. It's been an honor for us for being here. Okay. So, what we are doing is we see Indonesian seaweed as a really untapped materials that can solve global-wide problems. We see Indonesia is one of the biggest seaweed exporter of the world. But turns out most of the seaweed farmers live below the poverty lines. One of the main causes that we see from this angle is actually the added value, the downstreamings, is one of the problematics that we face in the seaweed industries. And there, where we go, we have a really extensive growth of seaweed industry in the world. But we also need to convert this to tap into the world's biggest problem. That's where we aim to solve the plastic waste problem using Indonesian seaweed. So far, plastic has emerging as the world top problems headlines every year in the past. Because so far, even though the waste management can be so efficient, everyone doing it, but only less than 9% plastic ever get recycled. Plastic themselves is a really problematic problems because not only be a hindrance to when we sightseeing, but turns out they turn into microplastics that get dangerous when we consumed by humans. As in a fact, actually, every week we are consuming 1 credit card size of plastics. And these plastics actually mutating in our body, making us easier to gain more dangerous diseases such as cancer and so on, and even infertilities. This main concern of the plastics have make a lot of people trying to find a solution or alternative to solve this problem. And there we are looking at bioplastics, a plastic that is designed and made from bio-based materials. But so far, the best candidates for now is polylactic acid, or a bioplastic derived from corn. fermented from corn. But one of the biggest problem that it have, that this kind of bioplastic cannot decompose in the natural conditions. They need 70 degrees Celsius and 2 weeks. It have to be in really controlled settings of environment to make these plastics to be decomposed properly. These innovations, especially bioplastic, has been a big thing, especially discussed in the Europe's area, where this PLA, the best candidates, is now banned. And now every bioplastic is on the run to find the next suitable materials to make bioplastic for. And of course, considering the usage of fresh waters, land clearing, we know seaweed is a suitable materials that we can pursue on. Especially when we see the growth of the bioplastic market and seaweed market is going line. We both growing at a really extensive stage. We believe this market can fulfill each other's, especially when our product can be mass produced in a really colossal and large scales. Especially when the government around the world, like Indonesia, one of them, Australia's, Europeans, start banning plastics. Not only banning, they also making it easier for us as a bioplastic suppliers to do export, for the distributors to do imports by lessening, adjusting the tax depends on the needed. And even like several areas like UAE actually don't require biodegradable certifications, but they give easier tax leniency for those who use, and even give sanctions for those who still using plastics. When we tap into the bioplastic market, turns out plastic is a really wide spectrum and a gargantuan economics powerhouse. We're looking at the $20 billion a year only for straws in Asia Pacifics. Every product of plastic is a really big spectrum of economics, but now they are banned everywhere. Especially the funny case is like from McDonald's Australia. They are now swapping 512 million pieces of plastics now to be paper straws. And as we know, paper straw, it gets soggy before we finish the drinks. They have to make a bad experience for their customers because they don't have any suitable products to use. That's where we come in. We use the material of seaweed in Indonesia, turn them into bioplastics, especially in the F&B areas as utensil, cutleries, and tablewares. Turns out, seaweed is not only great by the productions because it's fast growing, it doesn't need lands, it doesn't need waters, but as a bioplastic product, it solves all the problems that bioplastics currently have. It's marine compostable and home compostable as well. And even the greatest things at our current stage, we can use the bioplastic directly, integrate it with the plastic manufacturing machinery. So we don't need to make another machine specialized and high costumes for this kind of products. It's easy to swap and to adapt for the sustainability feature. And of course, comparing it with the other competitors, turns out seaweed-based bioplastic is one of the highest performing with the competitive pricings as well. Basically what we are doing is we off-take the seaweed from the seaweed farmers. We process them using our proprietary technologies, and then later we molding them using our partners from plastic manufacturing, and then later distribute it to our users. Seaweed bioplastic is not only a great business potential, it turns out it's giving impacts. By using less energies compared to the normal plastic manufacturings, because the seaweed characteristic when we turn it into bioplastic, it consumes less heat. It gets melted easier while still performing good as a single-use cutleries. And the bioplastic is a really great design. It's a closed-loop circular economy products where every plastic that we are now to use from the seaweed innovations will not harm the planet, but also be a nutrient and heal the planets. impacting jobs in the green area, boosting economic incomes, and also empowering economies and communities. For the future, seaweed as a bioplastic is a certain things that we are looking ahead. We see the abundance of seaweed in Indonesia and the urgent need and colossal need of bioplastics will go in a line. But the main problem is the technology have to be scaled up to achieve this collaboration and integrations. And as well, we need support by the regulatory policymakers, and we have two main challenges in the field. First is the high pricing of our new technologies that making us still not competing yet with the traditional plastics, but we are competitive enough compared with the other alternative. And the next is standardizations for the raw materials. We believe by making these research centers and exploring into types of new variants of seaweed, we may able to find the most suitable type of seaweed that can be used for bioplastics, which make it easier for us to offtakes and later to develop this product innovation as well. So far, our innovation, even though we start at the F&B's area, turns out seaweed bioplastic has been having other demands from another sector of the industry. First is for the fashion apparels, and next is from the textiles. Like from our exhibitions at Milan Design Week last year, turns out seaweed-based bioplastic is highly appreciated in the fashion designer communities and will get proper demands when it's customized into their need as well. So that's a little word from us. At IJO we have a saying, alone we are a drop, but together we are an oceans. We need your help to make this innovation possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Syamat Pak Rian, and another, my brother, Pak Eko. Please, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Mahfud, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Swastiastu. Good afternoon. I'm the last speaker, and hopefully during the skip coffee break, everybody can bear with me for my just short presentation, and I will go into some scientific terms, but hopefully I can make it simple so everybody can understand. So what our resource group was working on seaweeds from back years is actually mostly the metabolic compounds and the downstream applications. But I think since last year, we started doing some work on the genetic diversity in terms of trying to find new seedlings and new strains to help the seaweed primary producers in Indonesia. And this work we were doing with our dear colleagues from University of Malaya, University of Philippines, and Konservasi Indonesia and Conservation International. So we focused on this area as the Coral Triangle region, which we all know is a very important biodiversity hotspot because it produces various ecological services in terms of marine productivity and aquaculture. Our institute is located in Lombok, and I think it's mentioned quite often to this meeting. It is located in a very strategic area in terms of geographical region because it's part of the Lesser Sunda region. We have two big regions, West Nusa Tenggara and East Nusa Tenggara, which is very rich in its marine biodiversity. So just a brief background on the seaweed cultivation. I think most of it is already mentioned by our previous speakers. So the dominating species of seaweeds produced is the Saccharina and Euchematoids. But as you can see, the graphic is declining and dropping quite concerning for the Euchematoids. And although there are other cultivars which are coming into the picture like Gracilaria and probably Caulerpa. So the terminal Euchematoids we use to describe is a collective term for the genera Capophycus and Euchema red seaweeds, which produces carrageenan, the hydrocolloid carrageenan. And as you can see here on my right slide, these are just some common cultivars which are grown in Indonesia. And they produce this hydrochloric carrageenan, the sulfated carrageenan, because it has a sulfated functional group, and this gives the texture of the gel of the carrageenan. They look very similar morphologically for the cup of Alvarezi striatus and also the Eucheuma genticulatum. Hence, this is when molecular techniques and genetic approaches comes into play. So I think this already mentioned by Fish, so I just skip it. Most regions producing seaweeds, but there are also other regions, especially some remote areas, which of course we have to look into in increasing their livelihoods in the future. And one of the solutions is we have to find potential new seedlings and strains that could cope with the current climate condition. So as mentioned by our previous speakers, one of the biggest problems is the sea temperature. And this causes sea levels increase and fluctuation in water salinity and also pH level. But these are just some general factors. There are also other unanswered factors which we still don't know. That's why I acknowledge some of the speakers which mentioned looking into the seaweed-associated bacteria. The microbiome, of course, probably has some contributions in things that are happening in the seaweed industry, like increased disease susceptibility and decreased growth rate. So the possible approaches we are trying to work on currently is we explore novel and wild eucheumatoids, and also we want to explore study more about the life cycle of the eucheumatoids and the natural occurrence. And probably the other one is we want to look at other species which has potential industrial value. So we don't heavily rely on those seaweeds which are producing carrageenan, but try to make industry applications for other seaweeds also. So this is just some collection we collected from some areas in Western South Tenggara and Eastern South Tenggara. They look morphologically different, but they are the same species. And this we can confirm by genetic sequencing. Yeah, I think I need to speed up. So these are wild, and when we compare to the farmed ones, they look very different. But sometimes farmers still can mix this up. Why this is important is when we look at the genetic variation of the each cultivar of the Capaficus and Eucheuma, we can see that the shared Eucheuma genotype here, the ENW1 is the most cultivated strain of Eucheuma genticulatum, and it is shared between various countries, including Indonesia and other Southeast Asian countries, and also the Capaficus striatus, like the KSB genetic variant, and the KSI is the most common cultivated, and the Capaficus alvarezi is the KI genetic variant. But the most interesting finding from our work is we did find some new, possibly new genetic variations in Western South Tenggara area, which makes a separate group from the common Striatus alvarezi and even Malaysianus and inermis. And this actually, the Capaficus sp, degree 1, was, I think this one was identified by our dear colleague here, Prof. Allen, but I didn't find the picture, so I couldn't compare, so probably I will ask for the picture if you have it later. And the other one we did find quite large population of Capaficus cottonii, which I will introduce later on. But the other interesting feature is we did find some wild populations of Eucheuma denticulatum, which are specifically in the Eastern South Tenggara area, which is NTT free, and some in NTB, the Western South Tenggara NTB 8, 13, 8, and 1. These are different from the common cultivated and known genetic variants of Eucheuma denticulatum. So just to speed up my presentation, so what our farmers have been doing is, so this is the common life cycle of Capaficus, and how they been growing is they cut into small pieces and they replant. So this is the fragmentation phase. But what is interesting of the new wild eucheumatoid we found is we found it in other life cycles like carposporophyte and also tetrasporophyte. So this is one way to approach the problem is we can study the life cycle of ficus and probably we will understand more on what's actually going on and how we can reproduce the common cultivars like Alvarezii and Striatus. Like this is one interesting case. We call it the wild Capoficus striatus, it is not a new species, it's not a new variant, but it was cultivated years ago, 2000 and 2003. But the farmers stopped growing it because it grows very slowly, and we found it in rocky substrates. But interestingly, it produces spores. So this is not caprosporophyte, this is tetraspores. So the darkish matter here indicates there is spores. So when we cross-section, and there is spores inside. So this raises another question, how to induce spores in euchematoids. So this could probably be one interesting solution is we could make new individuals of euchematoids, not only relying on clonal and vegetative propagation. Like Capoficus cottoni also shown they could also produce new spores, and this work is actually done by my student, which I'm co-supervising with Professor Mikey, and just to show Professor Mikey that our babies are going well in our lab. So this is our latest picture, our baby Capoficus cottoni, which we are growing in our lab. This is 25 days old, but previously we managed to get to this phase, but after this phase we failed. So there are certain parameters I think we have to look into on how to transfer this into a bigger vessel and hopefully grow to a new individual. So that's for euchematoids, and with help also from Conservation Indonesia and colleagues from Prof. Mikey, we are trying to establish our own seaweed collection because we have to know what we have. If we claim we have Indonesian biodiversity very high, we actually don't have the exact number where it is located. And I actually visited Japan last year in Yamanaka Prefecture. Over there is no more brown seaweed beds, no more hijiki and akamoku, so they grow it in aquariums. So before we lose everything, I think first of all we have to map everything, what we have, and then some probably conservation policies play a big role in this also. Just to emphasize some of our findings on other seaweeds like Ilidium and brown sargassum used for fertilizers and high-phenol compound. Some professors mentioned about seaweed microbiome. This one, when we applied to vegetative paddy, we saw a very big shift in the soil microbiome. So something must happen when we introduce the seaweeds in the soil. They introduce something, and this increases a big abundance of the rhizobialis, the beneficial soil bacteria. And this is one we are mapping with Caulerpa. And Caulerpa feeding to mice, and we isolated data from the faces. And we saw the gut microbiome. It also showed an increase in lactobacillus. But we haven't looked into the holobionts or the epibiont of the seaweed. But I think it's a very important thing to do because when we feed the flies, it of course influences the seaweed. The gut microbiota. So lastly, just to close my talk, because I think I'm exceeding the time. Well, Indonesia has higher biodiversity, but more work needs to be done on exploring its genetic diversity to expand potential industrial applications. But of course, we have to consider conservation policies because we still rely heavily on wild populations, and due to the various issues, probably for climate change, we really need to build a strategy or framework how to safeguard what we have currently in this condition. Thank you very much. Just to give acknowledgments to our collaborators and also my beloved students and other funders which have supported our study. Thank you.
Give big applause to Pak Eka for your nice presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now the time question and answer, but I just get direction from the committee. Just one person to ask. Faster you get. Okay. Please.
My question is to Professor Satwell.
So you talked about the carbon capture potential of seaweed. And so I'd like to know if you have an idea of what is the carbon content of the seaweed that you're planning to, that we have estimated. What is the CHONS on the dry basis, if you have done this analysis? And secondly, per hectare of seaweed cultivation, how much carbon can the seaweed capture? If you have any idea about these figures.
Thank you very much for your questions. We made many expert judgment for the calculation of carbon sequestration assessment of our studies. So we used the 30% carbon contents for seagrass and seaweed. This is, I think, based on the expert advice, and then based on the various studies, average of various studies. And generally to say, about 10% of absorbed carbon goes to the carbon sequestration, but these values are higher for seagrass because they have root and soils, and less for the seaweed. And then the average amount of carbon capture amount, so CO2 sequestration amount per hectare, is almost equal to the forest land in my country. So I think that it's not so different in Indonesian case, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sato. Ladies and gentlemen, we have get a lot of knowledge today, and also from the exciting speaker. And I would like to underline, not conclusion, in this discussion. First, potential of the seaweed for mankind now and the future. And also we just discussed about the develop of the method according to cultivation of the seaweed. And also we just discussed about the identification of compound of the seaweed, and also produce the bioplastic for the perspective of the blue economy. And the last, identification best seed production to do the compound and the function of the compound. Just, I would like to emphasize the session that according the presentation all of the speakers today, the huge and wide area of the science of the implementation by several sectors have already done in the world. So the center, International Center for Tropical Seaweed, should be more fast to conduct collaboration doing research from the basic research to the implementation research. Secondly, innovation, technology, and intensive research collaboration should be conducted to gain the derivative product for seaweed industry in Indonesia, including biostimulant, organic fertilizer, food item, bioplastic, biofuel, etc. Thank you. Thank you all speakers. Please big hand to all speakers. Thank you, and I close the session and return back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so much. Please give big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the panelists and moderator on stage. Same as the previous panel discussion, all the panelists and moderator will receive the token of appreciation. So please remain on stage. Please all rise to receive the token of appreciation. And to hand over, I would like to welcome Mr. Muhammad Firman Hidayat, Deputy of Maritime Resources Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Republic of Indonesia, to please hand over the token of appreciation to all the panelists and also our amazing moderator. Thank you so much once again. And all the panelists also will receive the souvenir. This is the Endek fabric. Yes, special from Bali. And also the token of appreciation. And continue with the photo session with each the panelists with Mr. Muhammad Firman Hidayat. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, later on we will show you the barcode on screen. You can scan the barcode to get all the presentations from all the panelists from the first panel discussion until third panel discussion this afternoon. After receiving the token of appreciation and also souvenir, Unduk Febrin, I would like to please all the panelists and also moderator, please remain on stage as we will continue with the photo session. Continue with the photo session. Mr. Muhammad Firman, you will please standing in the middle of the panelists and please face the camera. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, panelists and also moderator. You will please return to your seat. And for Mr. Muhammad Firman Hidayat, please remain on stage as Mr. Firman will conclude our event this afternoon by deliver the closing statement, ladies and gentlemen. Panelists, moderator, once again, thank you so much. You may return to your seat and don't forget to bring the token of appreciation and also Unduk fabric as the souvenir from this event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard a very fruitful discussion. And to conclude our event this afternoon, there will be a closing statement from Mr. Muhammad Firman Hidayat. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Om Swastiastu, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and delegates. So finally, we reached the end of our event today. And I'm very optimistic with the future of seaweed industry in Indonesia because I see there are so many people are still here, staying from beginning to the end of this event. So I would like to thank you for all of you, again, who have been staying until the end of this event. On behalf of Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investments, I would like to say thank you also for all the speakers who have given insightful presentations covering many important topics about seaweed industry. This morning and I think today we heard from the ministers and many speakers, there are so many opportunities for downstreaming application from seaweed. Pak Vikas, for example, from World Bank identified potential new market valued at 11.8 billion US dollars. We can produce biofuel as explained by Professor Vinu, or bioplastic, as explained by Ryan from IJO. In addition to that, there is also potential for blue carbon, as highlighted by Dr. Sato and Prof. Choi from South Korea. However, there are still many challenges that need to be tackled. Pak Doni from Astroli mentioned so many challenges need to be fixed in terms of the policy. Pak Doni, I asked my team to study all your recommendations and we will follow up, Pak. So we will invite you to come to our office, Pak. And as emphasized by Dr. Maya, I think the government should be the one who improve the regulations and the policy to accelerate the seaweed industry. Prof. Mikey, Prof. Alan, and Dr. Eka highlighted the challenges and the need for increased options of seaweed cultivar, including climate resilience seaweed strains, and good agroeconomic practices due to the declining of biomass. Professor Sri Kumar highlighted the importance of mechanizations for downstreaming, if you want to do the downstreaming. And I think Pak Fik from Konservasi Indonesia remind us the importance of collaborations between the government and communities in order to make sure the balance happening in the accelerations of the seaweed industries. Nevertheless, we are optimistic that we can tackle all those challenges, and we believe that research and technology will be the key. Pak Hansan highlighted the use of remote sensing to map the potential area of seaweed. I think this is one of the priority of the government, so we want to make sure we know where's the locations of this seaweed farming, and we can create like special economic zones for this seaweed area. And Dr. Kunil explained how genomics can play a big role in improving the productivity and the resiliency of seaweed. In doing this research, Mr. Vincent and Ms. Ye from China showcased the need for collaborations. And today, we launched our plan to develop the International Tropical Research Center because we believe the need for these collaborations. We want to further strengthen the collaborations between all stakeholders, not only in Indonesia, but also globally. And to close my remarks, I would like to thank you also for all the stakeholders, government agency, Ministry of Planning and Development, Ministry of National Development Planning, Ministry of Marine and Fisheries Affairs, Ministry of Industry and BRIN, all development partners, and I would like to specifically thank you for all my team from Marves, who's been working really hard to make a success of this event. This event is only the starting point. I hope we can keep working together to make this International Tropical Seaweed Center a success, become an integral part to unlock the full potential of the seaweed industry. Thank you again. Enjoy Bali. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Firman. You may return to your seat. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Firman as he concludes our event this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, as the closing statement from Mr. Firman, we now come to the end of our agenda this afternoon. Please give a round of applause once again to each and every one of you for staying with us from morning till evening. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we do hope from this event we can get a deeper insight, idea, and fresh knowledge about the development of seaweed industry. And the commitment that we declare this morning can be a new spirit to implement the concrete plans to strengthen the establishment of the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center. Once again, please give applause, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you will get all the presentations from the panelists. We will show you barcode on screen later on. You can scan the barcode and you will get all the presentations from the first panel discussion until third panel discussion. And before you leave this room, ladies and gentlemen, you may please bring back the interpreter tools at the back of this ballroom. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our sincere gratitude to each and every one of you, especially for those of you who has traveled miles away, special come to Bali. I do hope everyone enjoy the rest of your stay in Bali. I'm Putri Cahaya, signing out. Thank you so much for your kind participation and tremendous support to this event. I do hope everyone will enjoy the rest of your stay. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll see you on the next event. Thank you, everyone.